Welcome back to my channel Sleep Beneath History, my friend. And tonight, let us take a slow walk through one of the strangest summers in the history of London. A summer when the weather became unusually warm. A summer when the river became low. A summer when the great river Thames, the river that had carried London for centuries, became so foul that people struggled to stay near it. And a summer when the smell became impossible for even the most powerful people in Britain to ignore. This is the story of the great stink of London. It is a story about a river. It is a story about a city. It is a story about ordinary people living with problems that had been building for generations. And it is also a story about what happened when a city becomes too large for the systems that once served it. So tonight, there is no need to hurry. There is nowhere we need to be. We can simply move slowly through the streets of Victorian London. We can listen to the wheels of carts moving over stone. We can hear the distant bells of churches. We can imagine the sound of horses passing through narrow streets. We can picture small shops opening in the early morning. We can imagine workers beginning another long day. And beneath all of this, we can imagine the hidden movement of water. Water moving through drains. Water moving through channels. Water moving toward the Thames. And waste moving with it. This is where our story begins. Not with the smell. Not with Parliament. Not with the engineers. Not even with the summer of 1858. It begins with London itself. Imagine that you have traveled back in time. The year is 1858. You are standing somewhere in the great city of London. The first thing you notice is the size of the city. It is enormous. At least it feels enormous. For someone from an earlier century, it would seem almost impossible. There are streets in every direction. There are houses, warehouses, markets, factories, churches, workshops, courtyards, public buildings, railway stations, bridges, and moving through it all, there are people. So many people. London has been growing for generations. People have come from villages. People have come from other towns. People have come from across Britain. They have arrived looking for work. They have arrived hopping to build new lives. Some become factory workers. Some become servants. Some become shopkeepers. Some work on the river. Some drive carts. Some sell food. Some repair shoes. Some work with cloth. Some work with metal. Some work in offices. Some clean houses. Some build houses. Some dig streets. Some carry coal. Some carry water. And some perform jobs that most people would rather not think about. London needs all of them. The city is growing because of their work. But growth has a price. Every new person needs somewhere to live. Every home needs water. Every home produces waste. Every shop produces waste. Every factory produces waste. Every stable produces waste. Every market produces waste. And every day, all of that material has to go somewhere. This is easy to forget when looking at a modern city. We turn a handle. Water appears. We use a toilet. The waste disappears. We wash our hands. The dirty water disappears too. We throw something away. Someone eventually collects it. The system is so ordinary that we hardly notice it. But London in the 19th century was still working out how to manage these basic needs on the scale of a huge industrial city. For centuries, London had used much smaller systems. A household might have a cesspit. A cesspit was simply a place where waste collected underground. It was not a modern sewer. It did not carry everything far away. It held the waste in one place. Eventually, it needed to be emptied. That job was performed by workers, often known as night soil men. They came to houses. They emptied cesspits. They carried the material away. It was unpleasant work. Very unpleasant work. But it was necessary. And for a smaller city, such a system could work. At least well enough. But London was no longer small. The population had grown. The number of homes had grown. The number of toilets had grown. The amount of waste had grown. The city was producing more dirty water than the old arrangements could comfortably handle. So another idea became increasingly popular. Water could carry waste away. Instead of keeping waste in a cesspit, you could flush it away. It seemed cleaner. It seemed modern. It seemed convenient. And in some ways it was. But there was a problem. Flushing something away does not make it disappear. It only moves it. And in London, much of that waste was being moved toward the rivers. Small drains, open channels, streams, local sewers, and eventually, the Thames. The river became the final destination. Slowly, almost invisibly, year after year, decade after decade, more and more waste entered the river. The Thames was doing a job that no river should have been asked to do. It was carrying London's waste away. At the same time, the river was one of the most important parts of London's economy. It carried coal. It carried timber. It carried food. It carried goods from distant places. Ships arrived from across Britain and beyond. Barges moved up and down. Workers loaded and unloaded cargo. Fishermen worked along the water. Passengers crossed the river. People lived beside it. People looked at it. People wrote about it. People painted it. The Thames was part of London's identity. But beneath the surface, the river was changing. Imagine walking beside the Thames on an ordinary day. Perhaps it is morning. The sky is pale. The air is cool. London is waking. You hear the clatter of wheels. A horse pulls a cart. A worker walks quickly along the street. A shopkeeper lifts a wooden shutter. A delivery arrives. Somewhere nearby, someone is preparing breakfast. The smell of bread comes from a bakery. There is smoke from coal fires. There is the smell of horses. There is wet stone. There is mud. There are countless smells because London is a city of work. And then, you notice the river. The Thames is broad. It moves with the tide. Boats sit on the water. The opposite bank can be seen through the morning haze. At first, the river might look beautiful. The sunlight touches the surface. The buildings rise behind it. The bridges connect one side to the other. For a moment, everything seems peaceful. But then the wind changes. And you smell something. It is difficult to describe. It is not simply mud. It is not simply sewage. It is not simply rotting food. It is a mixture of many things. A smell created by a city. A smell created by everything that has been washed into the river. You might stop. You might look toward the water. And then you continue walking. Because people have things to do. London does not stop for smells. A shop must open. A worker must arrive. A boat must be unloaded. A meal must be prepared. A child must be taken somewhere. A letter must be delivered. Life continues. And for many years, Londoners had learned to live with unpleasant smells. This was not a world of perfectly clean streets. There were no modern garbage trucks quietly passing through neighborhoods. There were no sealed plastic bags placed neatly beside every home. There were no modern sewage treatment plants. There were no large underground networks designed according to modern standards. The city was dirty, but it was not dirty because everyone was careless. That is important. People were doing what they could within the systems available to them. Workers cleaned streets. People removed waste. Households tried to keep their homes clean. Markets were regulated in various ways. Some waste was reused. Animal manure could be valuable. Certain kinds of waste could be sold. Night soil could be taken away and used as fertilizer. There were entire occupations built around waste. But the city was becoming too large. The old methods were struggling, and nobody could easily see the entire problem. A person living in one house might think about their own cesspit. A local authority might think about one street. A drainage official might think about one sewer. A factory owner might think about one waste outlet. But the Thames received all of these things. The river saw the whole city. It became a giant record of London's waste. And this is where the story becomes interesting. Because the Great Stink was not created in one summer. The summer of 1858 did not suddenly make London dirty. London had been dirty for a long time. The summer simply created the conditions that made the problem impossible to ignore. The weather became unusually warm. The river level became low. The tide exposed more of the muddy banks. Sewage that had been entering the river accumulated. The sun warmed the material, and the smell grew stronger, much stronger. Imagine waking one morning in June. The sun is already bright. The room is warm. You open the window because you want fresh air. But instead of fresh air, the smell of the river comes inside. You close the window. Perhaps you open another one. The same smell. You move to another room. The smell remains. You leave the house. The street is warm. The smell is still there. You walk farther from the river. Perhaps it becomes weaker, but you can still notice it. You meet someone. They complain. You agree. Everyone is talking about the same thing. The river, the smell, the heat, the Thames. This is how the Great Stink spread through London. Not like a storm, not like a sudden explosion, but slowly, through conversation, through newspapers, through complaints, through closed windows, through people covering their noses, through people trying to avoid the river. And then, the smell reached Parliament. This was important, because Parliament stood beside the Thames. The river was not somewhere far away. It was right outside. Members of Parliament could see it. They could smell it. The windows of government buildings could not completely protect them. The problem had entered the heart of political London. Imagine sitting inside the Houses of Parliament. You are wearing the clothes expected of a gentleman of the period. Perhaps you have papers in front of you. Perhaps there is a debate taking place. Perhaps someone is speaking about an important national issue. Britain is a powerful country. The British Empire stretches across the world. British factories produce goods for distant markets. British railways are expanding. British ships travel across oceans. And yet, outside the window, the Thames smells terrible. It is an uncomfortable contrast. The most powerful people in the country are sitting inside a magnificent building, while the river beside them is overflowing with the consequences of London's growth. For poorer Londoners, the problem was not new. They had been living with polluted water and poor sanitation for years. They had already experienced the dangers of crowded neighborhoods. They had already known the smell of drains. They had already known the fear of disease. But now the problem had reached the people who had the power to change it. This did not mean that everyone suddenly understood exactly what caused disease. The science of public health was still developing. There were different ideas about how diseases spread. One common belief was that disease could travel through bad air. This was often connected to the idea of miasma. The reasoning seemed natural. If something smelled rotten, surely the air must be dangerous. And in a city filled with rotting waste, there was plenty of bad air. But another understanding was slowly developing. Some investigators were beginning to recognize the connection between contaminated water and disease. One of the most important figures in this story was John Snow. Snow had studied cholera. He had argued that contaminated water could spread the disease. His work was challenging older ideas. But scientific understanding does not change instantly. People do not simply abandon old beliefs because a new idea appears. They argue. They hesitate. They debate. They collect more evidence. They wait. Sometimes they change their minds. Sometimes they do not. The great stink happened during this period of changing understanding. The smell made people afraid. They believed the foul air itself might bring illness. And there was a real reason for fear. London had experienced terrible outbreaks of cholera. People remembered them. They remembered how quickly illness could spread. They remembered families losing loved ones. They remembered the uncertainty. A city without modern medicine could be frightening. A disease could arrive suddenly. A person could become ill. A family could be affected. A neighborhood could become afraid. And so, when the Thames began to smell worse than ever, people did not simply think, "That river smells unpleasant." They thought, "What might this mean? Could disease return? Could cholera come again? Could this terrible air make people sick?" The smell became connected to fear. But even as people worried, London continued. This is something worth remembering about history. Major events do not happen in empty spaces. They happen while ordinary life continues. While politicians debate, someone is cooking dinner. While engineers make plans, someone is sweeping a floor. While newspapers describe the great stink, children are playing in courtyards. While the Thames becomes the center of attention, a baker is still making bread. A worker is still carrying coal. A woman is still washing clothes. A shopkeeper is still waiting for customers. The city does not pause. It simply carries its problems with it. Let us imagine one ordinary London family. We do not know their names. We do not need to. Perhaps they live in a modest house. The rooms are small. There may be several people in the household. The morning begins early. Someone lights the fire. Someone prepares breakfast. Someone fills a kettle. Someone gets ready for work. The children wake. The adults begin their routines. Outside, the city is already noisy. And somewhere nearby, there is a drain. Perhaps it smells. Perhaps it is blocked. Perhaps water gathers there after rain. The family has little ability to change it. They simply live with it. This is the hidden side of urban history. We often remember kings. We remember politicians. We remember engineers. But most of the people affected by changes in a city are ordinary people. They live in the houses. They walk the streets. They use the water. They breathe the air. They experience the smells. They become sick. They survive. They work. They raise children. And eventually, they become part of the history that we study. The Great Stink was therefore not only an engineering story. It was a human story. It was about how ordinary people lived inside a system that was slowly becoming overwhelmed. Now imagine the Thames at low tide. This is one of the most important images of the story. The tide moves away. The water level falls. The muddy banks appear. Objects that were hidden beneath the water become visible. The mud is dark, wet, heavy, and mixed into it. There is waste, sewage, rotting material, everything that the city has sent toward the river. The sun shines down. The air is warm, and the smell rises. The river seems to be giving something back. For years, London had been sending waste into the Thames. Now the Thames was returning the smell to London. There is something almost symbolic about this. The city had treated the river as a place where unwanted things could disappear. But the river could not truly make them disappear. It only carried them. And in the hot summer of 1858, it carried the consequences back into the air. The smell became so powerful that some people described it as almost unbearable. People tried to protect themselves. Windows were closed. Curtains were drawn. Some attempted to use chemicals or other substances to mask the smell. The effort was understandable. If the air smelled terrible, perhaps another smell could cover it. But the problem was much too large. The Thames was not a single room. It was not a small drain. It was a huge tidal river. And the source of the smell was not one small pile of waste. It was the accumulated pollution of an enormous city. There was no perfume strong enough to solve that. There was no cloth that could cover the entire river. There was no window that could keep the smell out of an entire city. The only real answer was to change the system. And that would require engineering. It would require money. It would require government. It would require planning. It would require workers. It would require years. But before all of that, London had to admit that the problem was serious. The Great Stink helped force that admission. As the weeks passed, newspapers wrote about the river. Public discussion increased. The condition of the Thames became harder to ignore. The smell was no longer merely a local nuisance. It had become a national embarrassment. Visitors could notice it. Politicians could notice it. Officials could notice it. Ordinary people could notice it. Everyone could smell it. And that is one of the strange powers of smell. You cannot easily debate with a smell. You cannot ask it to wait. You cannot put it into a report and forget about it. If a river smells terrible, the problem is physically present. It enters the body through the nose. It changes the atmosphere of a room. It affects how people feel. And in the summer of 1858, the Thames had become impossible to ignore. Yet there was another important question. What should London do? The answer was not simple. Even if everyone agreed that the river was polluted, how could the waste be stopped? London already had thousands of drains. Where should they go? How could sewage be collected? How could it be carried away? Where should it be taken? How could engineers build tunnels beneath a city that was already crowded? How much would the project cost? And who would pay for it? These questions had already been discussed before the Great Stink. Engineers had been studying London's drainage problems. Committees had been formed. Reports had been written. Plans had been proposed. But large projects take time. They need political support. They need money. And they need a reason for people to accept disruption. The Great Stink provided that reason. It made delay more difficult. It turned an old problem into an urgent problem. And one of the people who would become central to the solution was Joseph Basil Jett. Basil Jett was an engineer. He had been working on the problem of London sewage. He understood that small repairs would not be enough. London needed a network, a system, a planned system. The waste had to be intercepted before reaching the river. It had to be carried away. The tunnels had to be large enough for the future. And the entire arrangement had to work together. That meant looking at London as one connected place, not as hundreds of separate neighborhoods. The city needed a common system. Imagine Basil Jett looking at a map. London spreads across the paper. The Thames cuts through the center. Roads cross the city. Districts surround the river. Buildings cover the land. Everywhere there are problems. Everywhere there is water. Everywhere there is waste. And the engineer has to find a way to connect it all. There is something peaceful about imagining the scene. A desk, a map, a lamp, a few papers, a pencil, quiet calculations. Outside, London is noisy. Inside, someone is trying to design the future. This is how many great changes begin. Not with noise, but with someone sitting quietly, thinking, measuring, planning, drawing a line, then another, and another. The Great Stink was loud in one sense. Everyone was talking about it. But the solution would be quiet. It would be built underground, brick by brick, tunnel by tunnel, year after year. And once completed, most Londoners would barely notice it. That is the strange beauty of infrastructure. When it works, it disappears. You flush a toilet. You do not think about the tunnel beneath the street. You wash your hands. You do not think about the pumping station. You walk beside the Thames. You do not think about the thousands of workers who changed the riverbank. But beneath your feet, history remains. In the summer of 1858, none of that was finished. The great tunnels had not yet been built. The embankments had not yet been completed. The new system was still largely a plan. London was still living with the old system. The river was still polluted. The heat was still strong. The smell was still there. And the political response was beginning. So let us remain in this moment. Let us not jump too quickly into the future. Imagine the city tonight. The sun has disappeared. The sky is dark. Gas lamps glow along the streets. The river is black beneath the bridges. A boat moves slowly across the water. Its lantern makes a small reflection. On the shore, workers are finishing their day. People are returning home. Shops are closing. Doors are being locked. Families are preparing for sleep. And somewhere inside Parliament, men are still discussing the problem. They have papers. They have reports. They have plans. They know something must be done. But they do not yet know how long the work will take. They do not yet know how much London will change. They do not yet know that the sewer system will become one of the greatest public works of the Victorian age. They only know one simple fact. The Thames smells terrible. And it cannot continue like this. The river is tired. The city is growing. The old system is failing. And something new must be built. So tonight, as we slowly leave Victorian London, let us stand beside the river one last time. The tide is moving. The water rises and falls. The great city surrounds it. Above the river are buildings. Below the river are layers of mud. And beneath the streets are old drains. Everything is connected. The houses, the streets, the drains, the river, the people, the waste, the city. And now, London is beginning to understand that it must change the connection. The river cannot remain the city's final drain. The waste must be intercepted. The city must build. And somewhere in the darkness, an engineer is already thinking about how. The great stink has not yet ended. In many ways, it has only just begun. So let the river grow quiet. Let the streets grow darker. Let the sounds of London fade into the distance. The horses move slowly. The lamps glow softly. The water continues its endless movement. And beneath the sleeping city, the future is waiting. Tomorrow, we will walk deeper into the London that created this problem. We will enter its homes. We will look at its toilets, its cesspits, its drains, its streets, its markets, its workers, and we will slowly discover why the Thames became the place where so much of London eventually ended up. For now, rest here. Listen to the imagined sound of the river. Slow water, distant footsteps, a quiet city, a warm summer night, and the old Thames, moving patiently through the heart of London. Good night, and let the story rest for a while. Let us begin again in the quiet streets of London. It is early morning. The year is still 1858. The great smell of the Thames has not yet reached its worst point. The city is waking slowly. Somewhere a church bell rings. Somewhere else, a horse is already pulling a cart. A door opens. A shutter is lifted. A chimney begins to send smoke into the cool morning air. And inside thousands of homes, people are waking up. For a moment, let us forget the river. Forget Parliament. Forget the newspapers. Forget the engineers. Let us look at something much smaller. A house. An ordinary house. Because to understand why the Thames became so polluted, we need to understand what happened inside the homes of London. We need to understand where people got their water, where they washed, where they cooked, where they went to the toilet, and most importantly, where everything went afterward. Today, these questions are easy to answer. We know what happens when we flush. We know where the water goes. We know that pipes carry it away. We know that sewage is collected. We know that treatment plants exist. But in Victorian London, the answer was much less simple. A house did not simply connect to one perfect underground system. There were many different arrangements. Some houses had access to water. Some had limited access. Some had toilets inside. Some shared them. Some depended on cesspits. Some used privies. Some had drains. Some had poorly designed drains. Some drains were open. Some were covered. Some were connected to sewers. Some sewers were little more than channels carrying dirty water toward the nearest river. The city was a mixture. Old systems and new systems. Old houses and new houses. Old habits and new inventions. And all of these things existed together. Imagine waking in a modest London home. The room is small. The walls are plain. The furniture is practical. There is a bed. Perhaps a table. Perhaps a chair. Perhaps a chest. The air is cool. The morning light enters through a small window. Someone wakes first. They move quietly so that the others can continue sleeping. The day begins. There is no instant access to a bright bathroom. There is no hot shower waiting. There is no quiet hum of modern plumbing. Instead, the morning begins with water that has to be obtained, carried, heated, and used carefully. Water is precious, and water has weight. That is easy to forget. Turn on a tap today, and water arrives without effort. But if you must carry water from somewhere else, every bucket becomes work. Every container becomes important. Every trip matters. For poorer families especially, water could be a daily concern. London had water companies. There were systems for supplying water to households. But access varied. Quality varied. And in many places, people depended on shared sources. Standpipes, pumps, public water points, water cellars, nearby wells. The exact arrangement depended on where you lived. Imagine a woman stepping outside in the morning with a container. The street is still quiet. She walks toward a water source. Perhaps she meets another woman doing the same thing. They exchange a few words. They know each other. They may talk about the weather. They may talk about work. They may talk about a neighbor. They may complain about the smell. Then the container is filled. The water is heavy. She carries it home. That water may be used for drinking, for cooking, for washing, for cleaning, for the children, for whatever the household needs. And every drop has to be considered. This is one reason the arrival of modern water systems changed daily life so deeply. Clean water was not simply about comfort. It was connected to health. It was connected to cleanliness. It was connected to cooking. It was connected to washing. And it was connected to sewage. Because once you have more water, you also create more wastewater. This sounds obvious now, but it was a major part of London's 19th century problem. People were encouraged to use water. People wanted better sanitation. Water closets became increasingly popular. The idea was attractive. A toilet connected to a water supply seemed cleaner than a privy. Waste could simply be flushed away. No unpleasant pit sitting beneath the house. No need to empty it as often. No visible pile of waste. Just pull a handle, and it was gone. But where did it go? That was the problem. If the toilet was connected to a drain, and the drain was connected to a sewer, and the sewer emptied into the Thames, then the toilet had not removed the waste from London. It had simply moved it out of the house, through the street, into the river. The system looked cleaner from inside the home, but the city as a whole became dirtier. This is one of the most important ideas to remember as we continue our journey. Modern sanitation was not created simply by inventing the flush toilet. The toilet was only one part of the system. You also needed somewhere for the water to go. You needed pipes. You needed sewers. You needed treatment. You needed a plan. Without those things, flushing could make the problem worse. Imagine a household in London. Perhaps the family has recently gained access to a water closet. They may feel proud. It is modern. It is convenient. It is cleaner. No more emptying a chamber pot into a privy every morning. No more unpleasant pits so close to the home. The family uses the new toilet. Water carries the waste away. Everyone feels relieved. But underground, the waste has entered London's larger system. The water flows through a pipe. It joins another pipe. That pipe joins another. Eventually, the material moves toward a larger drain, and the larger drain moves toward the river. One household does not make much difference, but London has thousands of households, and the number is growing. Thousands of toilets, thousands of flushes, thousands of gallons of dirty water. Every day, every week, every month, every year. Slowly, the Thames receives more, and more, and more. Now let us step outside the house. The street is beginning to wake. There are children, workers, shopkeepers, delivery carts, horses, and somewhere along the street, there is a drain. Perhaps you barely notice it. It may be covered by a grate. Perhaps water disappears into it. But the drain is part of the hidden city. The visible London is the street above. The invisible London is below. Water moves beneath the feet of everyone walking there. Dirty water, rainwater, household water, waste, all of it can enter the underground network. But Victorian London did not have one unified underground network. This is important. The drainage system had developed over many years. Different parts of the city had different arrangements. Old channels had been covered. Streams had been built over. New drains had been added. Existing sewers had been extended. Connections had been made. And gradually, a complicated underground world had developed. It was not always designed as one complete system. It was more like a city growing layer upon layer. One generation built something. Another generation added to it. Someone repaired a drain. Someone enlarged a sewer. Someone connected a house. Someone built a new street. Someone diverted a stream. And eventually, all of these pieces became connected in ways that were not always ideal. The result was a system that could move water, but not necessarily in a clean or controlled way. There were also questions about where the waste should finally go. If a sewer carried sewage away from a house, where should it end? For many systems, the answer was the nearest river. The river seemed perfect. It was large. It was already moving. It could carry material away. From a distance, it looked like nature itself was solving the problem. But rivers are not magical. They have limits. A river can carry some waste, but a huge city can produce enormous amounts. And the Thames was not receiving waste from one small village. It was receiving waste from London, a growing industrial metropolis. Imagine the river as a long road. Every sewer is a side road leading into it. From one direction, dirty water enters. Then another. Then another. Then another. The river carries everything downstream. But the Thames is tidal. The water moves in both directions. The tide comes in. The tide goes out. So the material is not simply swept away forever. Some of it remains. Some settles. Some mixes with mud. Some is carried downstream. Some may move back upstream with the tide. The river becomes a constantly changing mixture. And during the hot summer, the conditions become especially unpleasant. But we are still not there. For now, we are walking through ordinary London. Let us look at another part of daily life. The privy. A privy was a basic toilet arrangement. It might be outside the house. It might be in a courtyard. It might be shared. It might be connected to a cesspit. For families living in crowded conditions, a shared privy could be used by many people. Imagine a small courtyard. Several homes face inward. Children move through the space. Laundry hangs somewhere nearby. A few buckets stand beside a wall. At one end, there is a privy. Everyone knows it is there. Everyone uses it. There is little privacy. And when it becomes full, someone has to deal with it. This is where the night soil workers enter our story. Their work was essential. Their work was also deeply unpleasant. Imagine arriving at a London house late in the evening. The streets are darker now. The daytime crowds have gone. The worker carries tools. He knows where he is going. He approaches a cesspit. The work begins. The pit has to be emptied. The material has to be removed. It must be loaded into containers. And then it must be taken away. This work often happened at night because it was unpleasant, and because removing waste during the day would interfere with ordinary life. The city slept. The waste workers worked. That is where the phrase night soil comes from. The material removed from privies and cesspits had value in some circumstances. It could be transported outside the city. Farmers could use it as fertilizer. Human waste was therefore part of an older cycle. The city produced waste. The waste was collected. The material was taken to agricultural land. The nutrients returned to the soil. In principle, it was a cycle, but the system became more difficult as London grew. Transport became more complicated. Distances became greater. The amount of waste increased, and new water-flushing toilets changed the nature of the material. Instead of relatively concentrated waste being collected from a pit, large amounts of water were now carrying sewage into drains. The old system was being replaced, but the new system was not yet ready. This created a strange period of transition. London had moved toward modern plumbing, but had not yet built the modern sewage network needed to support it. Imagine a city trying to walk into the future while carrying parts of the past. New toilets, old sewers, new water supplies, old drains, new factories, old streets, new railway lines, old neighborhoods. Everything exists together. And beneath the surface, the pressure increases. Now let us think about the word sewer. Today, when we hear the word, we imagine a planned underground network. Large pipes, concrete, pumping stations, treatment works, modern engineering. But Victorian sewers could be very different. Some were brick-lined. Some were narrow. Some were large. Some were poorly ventilated. Some carried both rainwater and sewage. Some discharged directly into rivers. Some were overwhelmed during storms. And some were simply old. Imagine a heavy summer rainstorm. Water rushes along the streets. It enters drains. It moves underground. But the same system may already be carrying sewage. The amount of water increases quickly. The sewer fills. The river receives more. The system is under pressure. For a while, it may cope. Then, an overflow, a blockage, a backup, a flooded street, a terrible smell. This was not unusual. Londoners knew the unpleasant side of drainage. But the biggest problem was scale. A small town can sometimes manage waste with simple methods. A huge city cannot. The larger the city becomes, the more carefully its systems must be designed. London had grown into a giant, but its sanitation system was still partly behaving like that of a much smaller place. Now let us return to the water. Water itself could be dangerous. People did not always know whether the water they were drinking had been contaminated. The idea that disease could be spread through water was still being accepted slowly. Cholera had caused terrible suffering in London. During earlier outbreaks, whole neighborhoods had been affected. People were frightened. Families could lose several members. The disease could move rapidly. And in a world without modern antibiotics or modern intensive care, there was little that ordinary people could do. Doctors could provide care, but prevention depended heavily on understanding the source. If people believed disease came mainly through bad air, they might focus on smells. They might clean streets. They might burn substances. They might try to purify the air. If the real danger was contaminated water, those measures would not solve the deeper problem. This is why the story of John Snow matters. Snow had studied cholera carefully. He had noticed patterns. He had looked at cases. He had investigated water supplies. His work suggested that cholera could be transmitted through contaminated water. His conclusions were important, but they were not instantly accepted by everyone. Scientific change can be slow. Even when evidence is strong, people may hold onto familiar explanations. And the idea of miasma was deeply established. Bad smells seemed connected with sickness. So when the Thames became extremely foul, many people naturally believed that the smell itself was dangerous. It was an understandable conclusion. If the city smelled like decay, surely something was wrong. And something was wrong. The river was heavily polluted. The city needed sanitation. The air was unpleasant. The water could be contaminated. The real danger was simply more complicated than the smell itself. But imagine being an ordinary Londoner in 1858. You do not have the benefit of hindsight. You do not know what scientists will understand later. You do not have modern microbiology. You cannot see bacteria. You cannot easily test water for invisible organisms. You know only what you experience. You know the river smells. You know people have died from cholera before. You know the summer is hot. You know your neighbor is worried. You know the newspapers are talking about the Thames. So perhaps you close your window. Perhaps you avoid the riverside. Perhaps you wash more carefully. Perhaps you tell your children not to go near the water. People respond to what they can understand. And smell is something everyone can understand. Now imagine another part of London. A public pump. People gather around it. Buckets, jugs, containers, a little conversation. Someone waits their turn. The water is collected. The people return home. This simple act tells us something important. Water supply was not just an engineering problem. It shaped daily life. It shaped time. It shaped labor. It shaped household routines. Someone had to fetch water. Someone had to carry it. Someone had to heat it. Someone had to clean with it. Someone had to dispose of the dirty water afterward. Every household was part of the city's water cycle. And every household produced wastewater. A little water from one home. A little from another. A little from another. Then thousands. Then tens of thousands. The city had become a machine for producing wastewater. And the river was receiving it. Let us pause here. Imagine the city from above. If we could somehow rise above London in 1858, We would see the Thames winding through the city. We would see bridges. We would see rooftops. We would see smoke rising. We would see streets. We would see railway lines. We would see ships. We would see factories. We would see neighborhoods stretching outward. But we would not see the hidden network beneath. We would not see the drains. We would not see the cesspits. We would not see the pipes. We would not see the wastewater. Yet all of those invisible things are shaping the city. The visible city is only half the story. The other half is underground. And that hidden half is becoming increasingly important. As London grows, the underground becomes busier. More water, more sewage, more connections, more pressure, more problems, and eventually, the old system will reach its limit. But there is still another part of the story. The people who actually remove the waste. The men who enter cesspits. The men who carry night soil. The men who work where most people do not want to go. Their work deserves our attention. Because without them, London could not have functioned at all. Imagine a night in Victorian London. The streets are quiet. The lamps glow. The houses are dark. Most families are asleep. But somewhere, a cart is moving. Slowly, the worker knows the route. He knows which houses need attention. He knows which pits are full. He knows the work is unpleasant. But he also knows it is necessary. There is nothing glamorous about the job. No one applauds. No one writes poems about it. No politician gives a speech in his honor. But he performs a service that keeps the city alive. This is true of many occupations in history. The people doing the least admired work are often the people who make ordinary life possible. Street cleaners, sewer workers, grave diggers, laundry workers, coal carriers, ash collectors, waste collectors. Their work disappears as soon as it is done. A clean street hides the person who cleaned it. An empty cesspit hides the person who emptied it. A functioning sewer hides the people who built it. The city becomes clean, and the workers become invisible. But in 1858, these workers were part of a system under pressure. There was simply too much waste. The old methods were struggling. The new methods were creating more wastewater. And the river was receiving the consequences. This brings us back to the Thames. The river had become the place where different parts of London's waste system met. The cesspit represented the old world. The water closet represented the new world. The sewer connected them. And the Thames waited at the end. For a long time, this seemed manageable. But then London became bigger. And bigger. And bigger. Eventually, the river could no longer hide the problem. The summer of 1858 would reveal it. But even before that famous summer, the warning signs were everywhere. People complained about polluted water. Doctors worried about disease. Reformers worried about sanitation. Engineers studied drainage. Workers dealt with overflowing cesspits. Residents complained about smells. The city was already telling itself that something was wrong. It simply had not yet found the political strength to solve the whole problem. And so, London continued. The houses became more crowded. The streets became busier. The factories grew. The railways expanded. The population increased. The water flowed. The sewage flowed. And the Thames received it all. Slowly, patiently, without protest, until the summer heat arrived. Now, Let us imagine one ordinary evening. A family has finished dinner. The dishes have been cleared. Someone is washing them. The dirty water is poured away. It disappears into a drain. The family does not think about where it goes. That is the normal experience of life. You use something. You throw it away. You assume the system will handle it. The same is true of the toilet. The same is true of household waste. The same is true of water. But cities depend upon this trust. They depend upon hidden systems working. When those systems fail, people suddenly notice them. A blocked drain, a flooded street, a broken water pipe, a sewage overflow. Suddenly, the invisible becomes visible. That is what the Great Stink would do to London. It would make the hidden system visible. It would force people to think about where their waste went. It would force politicians to think about drains. It would force engineers to think about capacity. It would force the city to think about its future. But for now, the old system remains. The night grows deeper. London streets become quieter. The river continues moving. The waste continues moving beneath the city. And ordinary people sleep. They do not know how close the city is to a turning point. They do not know that within a few months, the Thames will become the center of a national crisis. They do not know that engineers will soon receive the support they need. They do not know that a vast network of sewers will eventually be built beneath their feet. They simply sleep. And outside, the Thames moves with the tide. The water rises. The water falls. The river carries the city's secrets. For centuries, it has carried them. But the summer of 1858 is coming. The heat is coming. And with it, the smell. So let us leave the sleeping houses for tonight. Let us leave the narrow streets. Let us leave the old cesspits. Let us leave the workers and their carts. We will return to them again. For now, walk slowly toward the river. The night air is still. The lamps reflect on the dark water. A boat moves quietly. The great city stretches behind us. And beneath that city, water is still flowing. Through drains, through channels, through sewers, toward the Thames. Everything that London has washed away is still going somewhere. Nothing has truly disappeared. It has only moved. And soon, the city will have to face where it has been sending everything. The river will become a mirror, and London will finally see itself. For tonight, let the streets become quiet. Let the old houses settle. Let the workers rest. Let the river move slowly beneath the bridges. And let us leave the hidden world of Victorian sanitation waiting beneath the sleeping city. Tomorrow, we will move closer to the water. We will follow the waste through London streets. We will explore the Thames itself. We will walk along its banks. We will see the boats, the mud, the markets, the bridges, and the people who depended upon the river. And slowly, we will begin to understand why this beautiful and useful river became one of the most polluted waterways in the great city. For now, listen to the quiet movement of the water. The city sleeps. The river does not. And beneath the darkness, London's waste continues its slow journey toward the Thames. Good night. Rest quietly, and let the old city continue its slow, patient rhythm. Until morning, let us return to the Thames. It is morning again. The city is beginning another day. The streets are slowly filling. The sound of wheels moves across the stones. Horses pull carts through the narrow roads. Shopkeepers lift shutters. Workers walk toward their places of employment. And between all of these streets, the river continues to flow. The River Thames has been here for a very long time. Long before the great Victorian city. Long before the railways. Long before the factories. Long before the Houses of Parliament stood beside it. People lived beside this river. People traveled on it. People fished in it. People traded along it. People crossed it. People built their homes near it. The river was not simply water. It was part of London's life. In many ways, London existed because of the Thames. So tonight, let us take a slow walk along its banks. There is no need to hurry. We will follow the river carefully. We will look at the boats. We will listen to the sounds. We will notice the workers. And we will slowly see how this beautiful river became the final destination for so much of London's waste. Imagine standing on the riverbank in the early morning. The sun is still low. The air is cool. The surface of the Thames is gray. A thin mist seems to hang above the water. Across the river, buildings rise through the morning haze. Some windows are already glowing. Smoke comes from chimneys. The city is waking. On the river, the first boats are moving. A barge passes slowly. Its movement is steady. Its cargo sits heavily inside. The river carries it onward. Another boat follows. Then another. The Thames is already busy. There are barges. There are boats carrying goods. There are vessels arriving from farther away. There are small craft moving close to the shore. There are workers whose lives depend entirely upon the river. For them, the Thames is their workplace. The river is their road. The river is their source of income. It is impossible to separate their lives from the water. A worker may begin his morning by stepping onto a boat. He may spend the day loading cargo. He may unload coal. He may move timber. He may carry food. He may transport building materials. He may cross from one side to the other. The river is always moving, and the city depends upon that movement. London is one of the greatest commercial centers in the world. Goods arrive from many places. Some come from elsewhere in Britain. Others come from across the sea. The Thames connects London to the wider world. A ship can arrive with goods from a distant port. Those goods can be unloaded. They can be taken into warehouses. They can be sold. They can be transported by road or railway. The city grows richer. The city grows busier. The river makes this possible. But the same river is also carrying something else. Waste, sewage, dirty water, material from London streets and homes. And the river is beginning to struggle under the burden. Let us stay beside the water for a little longer. At first glance, the Thames may not seem particularly frightening. It is simply a river. Brownish water, mud along the banks, boats moving across the surface. The color changes with the weather. The tide changes the level. Sunlight changes the appearance. Clouds move overhead. But if you come closer, you notice things. The smell, the mud, the debris, the dark material along the riverbank. The water is not clear. It cannot be. This is an urban river. It has passed through a huge city. And everything that London sends into the river becomes part of its story. Now imagine the tide going out. The water begins to retreat. Slowly at first. Then more of the riverbank becomes visible. Mud appears. The Thames is famous for its mud. It is thick, dark, sticky, A person walking across it can quickly become trapped. The exposed riverbed contains countless objects: pieces of wood, broken pottery, old metal, bones, fragments of everyday life. London has been using this river for centuries. Things fall into it. Things are thrown into it. Things are washed into it. Things sink. Things remain in the mud. The river becomes an enormous archive. But in 1858, the mud has another story to tell. Waste has collected along the banks. Sewage has entered the water. Organic material has accumulated. And under the hot summer sun, it begins to decompose. This is where the famous smell comes from. But before we reach that summer, let us understand the river itself. The Thames is tidal through London. This means that the water does not simply flow in one direction. The tide comes in. The tide goes out. The water rises. The water falls. The movement is powerful. For centuries, Londoners learned to live according to it. River workers know the tide. Sailors know the tide. Fishermen know the tide. People unloading cargo know the tide. A boat arriving at the wrong moment can face difficulty. A boat waiting for the tide may remain still. The river has its own rhythm, and that rhythm shapes the city. Imagine a barge waiting beside the river. The ropes are tight. The cargo is heavy. The crew waits. The tide begins to change. The water moves. The boat shifts slightly. The workers know what to do. There is no hurry. They have done this many times. The Thames is familiar to them. It is almost like a living calendar. Morning, afternoon, evening, high tide, low tide. The river tells them when to work. But the tide also has another effect. It moves pollution. When sewage enters the Thames, it does not simply vanish downstream. The tidal movement can carry material back and forth. The river becomes a moving mixture. This makes London's sewage problem more complicated. The city is not simply emptying waste into a one-way stream. It is putting waste into a tidal river beside itself. The river carries some material away, but some remains. Some settles. Some moves again. Some mixes with mud. And in warm conditions, organic matter begins to break down. The smell grows. Now imagine the river during the summer of 1858. The weather is warm. The water level is lower. The sun shines on the exposed mud. The sewage has been accumulating. The riverbank is no longer able to hide the problem. The smell rises. At first, perhaps it is only unpleasant. Then it becomes stronger. People walking near the river notice. Workers notice. Boatmen notice. Residents notice. Shopkeepers notice. And eventually, politicians notice. But let us not rush there yet. Let us remain with ordinary people. Imagine a fisherman. He has known the Thames for years. He understands its tides. He knows where fish might be found. He knows the shape of the riverbank. He knows the sound of boats. But the river is changing. The water is not as healthy as it once was. Fish populations have been affected by pollution. The river is becoming a difficult place for living creatures. This is one of the quieter tragedies of the Great Stink. People often remember the smell. They remember the newspapers. They remember Parliament. They remember Bazalgette. But the river itself had already been suffering. The Thames was not simply unpleasant. It was becoming biologically damaged. The amount of waste entering the water had grown. The river had become a place where sewage was deposited, and this affected the life within it. The river that supported London's economy was being harmed by the very city that depended upon it. There is a strange contradiction here. London needed the Thames, yet London was also damaging the Thames. The river provided transportation. London gave it sewage. The river provided food. London gave it waste. The river helped the city grow. The city repaid it with pollution. And eventually, the river could no longer hide the consequences. Let us walk farther along the bank. Perhaps we are near one of London's busy bridges. The bridge is crowded. People cross. Carts move. Horses pass. Someone stops to look at the river. Below, boats continue their work. The city is full of movement. But if you stand still, you can hear something different. Water, the sound of water against the riverbank, the soft slap against a wooden boat, a rope moving slightly, a distant voice, a gull calling, the creak of a vessel. For a moment, the city seems peaceful. The Thames can still be beautiful. This is important. The river was not ugly all the time. It could be magnificent. At sunrise, it could reflect the sky. At sunset, the water could glow. The bridges could become silhouettes. The buildings could look golden. Painters were attracted to the river. Writers described it. Travelers remembered it. Londoners loved it. Even during the Great Stink, the river remained essential. That is part of what makes the story so interesting. The Thames could be beautiful and polluted at the same time. It could support life and carry waste. It could be a source of wealth and a source of disease. It could be admired and feared. It could be both. Now let us look at the people who lived closest to the river. Some homes were near the water. Some streets ran toward it. Warehouses stood beside it. Factories used it. Markets depended on it. River workers lived nearby. The waterfront was a world of its own. It had its own rhythms, its own smells, its own sounds, and its own dangers. There were boats to unload, cargo to move, warehouses to fill, goods to inspect, workers to hire, and people looking for whatever work they could find. The Thames was busy from early morning. A worker might arrive before sunrise. He might wait for a boat. He might spend hours carrying heavy loads. He might work in rain. He might work in cold. He might work in heat. The river did not care about comfort. The city needed its goods. So the workers continued. Now imagine a market near the river. Fresh food arrives. Fish, vegetables, meat, grain, other supplies. Everything must be moved. Everything must be sold. Everything produces waste. Fish markets especially create strong smells. Food scraps accumulate. Water is used for cleaning. Waste enters drains, and drains lead toward the river. Again, the river receives the city's leftovers. One street, one market, one house, one factory, one sewer, one drain, one more contribution. The river accepts them all. For years, this happens. The process is gradual. There is no single day when London suddenly decides to pollute the Thames. It simply happens. Every day. Then every year. The city becomes larger. The amount becomes greater. And eventually, the river becomes overwhelmed. Let us think about the word overwhelmed. It does not mean that the river stops moving. The Thames continues to flow. It continues to rise and fall. It continues to carry boats. It continues to move water toward the sea. But its ability to absorb waste is limited. The city is putting more into it than the natural system can safely handle. That is the heart of the problem. A river can clean itself to some extent. Natural processes can break down certain materials. Water can dilute pollution. Sediment can settle. Tides can move material. But there is a limit. When a city becomes enormous, that limit can be crossed. London had crossed it. The Thames was carrying too much. And now, the summer weather was making everything worse. Warmth speeds decomposition. As organic material breaks down, gases are produced. The smell becomes stronger. The exposed mud becomes important. When the tide is low, more polluted material is exposed to warm air. The riverbank itself becomes part of the problem. Imagine walking near it. You stop. You breathe. And the smell reaches you. You turn your head. Perhaps you cover your nose. You continue walking. Then the smell follows. This is not the kind of smell that disappears after a moment. It stays. It clings to the memory. And soon, people across London are talking about it. The newspapers begin describing the condition of the Thames. Words become stronger. The public conversation grows. The river is no longer merely dirty. It has become a public scandal. But why did it take so long? This is a question worth considering. Why did London wait? Why were the problems not solved earlier? There were many reasons. One was cost. Large engineering projects are expensive. Another was organization. London did not have one simple authority controlling everything. Different districts had different responsibilities. Another reason was uncertainty. People disagreed about the best solution. And another was the nature of the problem itself. Sanitation is not glamorous. People are happy to talk about bridges. They are happy to talk about railways. They are happy to talk about grand buildings. But sewage is hidden. It is unpleasant. It is easy to postpone. If a drain works badly, you may complain, but you can still continue with your day. If a sewer is underground, you may never see it. So governments can delay until the problem becomes impossible to ignore. The Great Stink removed that comfort. The problem was no longer underground. It was in the air. The river was speaking for itself. Let us imagine Parliament again. The Houses of Parliament stand beside the Thames. The building is magnificent. Its towers rise above the river. Inside, debates continue. Outside, the smell rises. The irony is almost impossible to miss. The government is physically beside the problem. There is nowhere to hide. A member of Parliament can close a window, but the building still sits beside the Thames. The river is part of the view, and the smell has become part of the environment. The problem has entered the political room. This is one reason the summer of 1858 became so important. The smell created urgency. People who might otherwise have waited now had to respond. It is often difficult to create political action around a problem that seems distant. But a terrible smell outside your window is not distant. It is immediate. It affects everyone. Rich, poor, powerful, ordinary. Everyone breathes the same air. And now, the river is filling that air with the smell of London's waste. Still, the solution would not be immediate. There was no single button to press. The city could not simply order the Thames to become clean. The waste system itself had to change. The sewage had to be intercepted. It had to be carried away from the central river. It had to be moved downstream. The system needed to be designed as a whole. This is where engineering becomes part of the story. But before we meet the engineer, let us spend a little more time with the river. Because the Thames was more than a sewer. It was the center of London's life. Imagine a child standing beside it. Perhaps the child is watching boats. The river is enormous from a child's point of view. The water seems endless. Boats move like floating houses. Masts rise into the sky. Ropes hang from ships. Men shout instructions. Carts carry goods away. The child watches. Perhaps they dream of becoming a sailor. Perhaps they simply enjoy the movement. The river is exciting. It is mysterious. It connects London to the rest of the world. Now imagine that same child years later. The river has changed. The smell is stronger. The water is dirtier. The banks are more polluted. The city is larger. The child has grown up inside the same changing city. This is how environmental change is experienced by ordinary people. Not through statistics, but through memory. People remember what the river used to look like. They remember what it used to smell like. They remember fishing. They remember walking along the bank. And they notice when things change. By 1858, the Thames had become deeply polluted, but the city still depended on it. That dependence made the problem harder. You could not simply close the river. You could not stop boats. You could not stop trade. You could not move London somewhere else. The river had to remain useful, while becoming cleaner. That required careful planning. And that planning would eventually transform the entire waterfront. But for now, the old river remains. The tide comes in. The tide goes out. A boat moves beneath a bridge. A worker carries a load. A fisherman watches the water. A child looks over the railing. A politician closes a window. A newspaper prints another report. And beneath all of these scenes, the sewage continues to move. Let us imagine the river at night. This is perhaps the quietest time. The crowds have reduced. Some workers have gone home. The boats are still. The lamps along the embankment glow. The water reflects small points of light. The city seems peaceful. But beneath the surface, the pollution remains. Nothing about the darkness has solved it. The river simply looks calmer. This is another useful lesson from history. A problem can be hidden without being solved. A dark river can still be polluted. A closed window can still have a problem outside it. An underground sewer can still be overflowing. And a city can appear successful while struggling with basic systems. London in 1858 was one of the greatest cities in the world. It was also a city with a serious sanitation crisis. Both things were true. The city was powerful and vulnerable, modern and outdated, rich and desperately poor in many neighborhoods, beautiful and filthy. These contradictions existed side by side, and the Thames connected them all. Now, as the night grows quiet, let us follow the river farther downstream. We move away from the center of London. The city slowly changes. The buildings become different. The waterfront opens in places. There are industrial areas. warehouses, wharves, factories, more boats, more mud, more open space. The river continues. The sewage continues. The tide continues. Eventually, the Thames will carry London's waste toward the sea. But the journey is not simple. The waste mixes. It settles. It moves. It returns. And in the hot summer, the smell becomes stronger. London's waste has become part of the river itself. And now, we are approaching the moment when the whole city will be forced to confront it. But before that happens, there is one more world we need to explore. The world beneath the streets. The world of sewers. The world of brick tunnels. The world of darkness. The world where water and waste move through the city while people walk above without seeing them. This hidden world will become one of the most important parts of London's future. Because the solution to the Great Stink will not be built mainly above ground. It will be built below, deep beneath streets, under houses, near railways, beside the river, through difficult ground, with enormous amounts of brick, with thousands of workers, and with an ambition that matches the size of London itself. But tonight, we are still standing beside the old Thames. The summer is approaching. The air is warming. The tide moves slowly. The riverbank is dark. And somewhere nearby, another sewer is emptying into the water. A small amount. Then another. Then another. The city sleeps. But its waste never sleeps. It continues its journey. Down drains. Through sewers. Into the river. Toward the sea. And the Thames carries it, as it has carried London's burdens for centuries. Only now, there is too much. Far too much. The river is beginning to tell London that it has had enough. And soon, London will have to listen. So let us remain beside the water for one final moment. The moon hangs above the river. The buildings stand quietly. A boat rocks gently against its ropes. The tide changes. The water rises. The mud disappears beneath the surface. For a moment, the river hides everything again. But beneath the water, the waste remains. Tomorrow, we will go beneath London. We will enter the hidden drainage world of the Victorian city. We will follow the path of dirty water. We will see how old sewers were built. We will learn why some were too small, why some were poorly ventilated, why rainwater and sewage could travel together, and why the entire underground system was becoming increasingly difficult to control. Slowly, quietly, we will move beneath the streets. For now, let the river continue. Let the tide rise. Let the boats rest. Let the city become quiet. The Thames has carried London's story for centuries. And in the summer of 1858, it is about to become impossible to ignore. Good night. Rest quietly. The river moves slowly beneath the sleeping city. And beneath the streets, the hidden water continues its long journey toward the Thames. Let us leave the river for a little while. The Thames is still flowing. The boats are still moving. The tide is still rising and falling. But tonight, we are going somewhere else. We are going underneath London. Not into the grand rooms of Parliament. Not into the busy markets. Not into the beautiful parks. Not into the homes of wealthy families. We are going below the streets, into a world that most Londoners never saw. A world of brick, water, mud, darkness, pipes, drains, and sewers. This hidden London was just as important as the city above. In fact, without it, the city above could not function. Every house, every street, every workshop, every market, every public building needed some way to deal with water and waste. And beneath the stones, a second city was quietly carrying it away. Imagine standing on a London street in 1858. You look around. Perhaps you're standing near a row of houses. There are windows above you. Doors open onto the street. A shop has goods displayed in the window. A horse passes. Someone carries a basket. Another person pushes a small cart. Everything looks ordinary. But beneath your feet, there may be a drain. Beneath that drain, another channel. Beneath another street, a larger sewer. Water is moving. You cannot see it. You cannot hear much of it. But it is there. The city has two levels. The London people see, and the London people do not see. Tonight, we will enter the second one. Of course, we cannot literally walk through every sewer. Many would be too narrow. Some would be dangerous. Some would contain foul water. But we can imagine the system. We can picture the brick walls. We can picture the darkness. And we can slowly follow the journey of London's wastewater. It begins in a house. Perhaps someone washes a plate. Water flows away. Perhaps someone empties a basin. Water flows away. Perhaps rain falls from the roof. Water moves toward the street. Perhaps someone uses a toilet. Waste is flushed. Water carries it into a drain. All these small flows begin joining together. One house, then another, then another. The city is constantly producing water that needs somewhere to go. And so, the drains collect it. Some drains are very old. Some are newer. Some are better designed than others. The system has been growing for centuries. It has not always been planned as one complete network. This is important. London was not built in one moment. It grew. The drainage system grew with it. A small channel might have served a small settlement. Later, the settlement became a town. Then a city. Buildings were added. Streets were added. The old channels remained. New ones were built. Some were covered. Some were connected. And gradually, a complicated network developed underground. Imagine building a city on top of an old city. Then building another city on top of that. That is what London can sometimes feel like. The past does not disappear. It remains beneath the present. Old foundations, old drains, old walls, old channels, old pipes. The 19th century city inherited much of this hidden structure, but it also inherited its weaknesses. A sewer built for a smaller population might not be large enough for a much larger one. A channel designed for rainwater might later receive sewage. A drain built for one neighborhood might become connected to another. The system becomes crowded. And when the population grows, the pressure increases. Let us imagine a rainy day. The sky is gray. Rain begins falling over London. At first, it is gentle. Drops hit rooftops. They run down gutters. They collect in streets. Then more rain comes. The streets become wet. Water rushes toward drains. The drains fill. Underground, water begins moving quickly. But now remember, some of these drains are also carrying sewage. so rainwater and sewage can travel together. A large storm can therefore create enormous pressure. More water, more flow, more waste, and eventually, more sewage reaches the river. This is one reason London's old system was difficult to manage. It was not only a sewage problem, it was also a water problem. The city needed to control both. Now imagine a sewer tunnel. It is dark. There are no electric lights. The walls are made of brick. The tunnel curves away into darkness. The air is damp. Water moves along the bottom. Some tunnels are large enough for workers to enter. Others are much smaller. The shape depends on the age and purpose of the sewer. A worker carries a lamp. The light touches the bricks. One section appears, then another. The rest remains dark. The sound of water echoes. A drop falls somewhere, then another. The city above seems very far away, yet it is only a few feet above your head. People walk through the streets. Children play. Carts pass. Shopkeepers work. And beneath them, water is moving. This hidden world was maintained by workers. Men had to inspect drains, repair damaged sections, remove blockages, clear debris, maintain channels. It was difficult work. And like the night soil workers, sewer workers performed a job most people preferred not to think about. Imagine entering one of these tunnels. The smell would be strong. The air would be unpleasant. The conditions would be difficult. There would be little light. There would be mud. There could be dangerous gases. There could be sudden flows of water. The workers needed courage, but they also needed skill. A sewer is not simply a hole in the ground. Water must move in a particular direction. The slope matters. The shape matters. The size matters. The materials matter. A poorly designed sewer can become blocked. A sewer that is too flat may not carry water properly. A sewer that is too small can overflow. A sewer that is badly connected can create problems elsewhere. Engineering matters. And London was beginning to realize just how much engineering mattered. For centuries, people had thought about drainage. The Romans had built sophisticated drainage systems in ancient Britain. Medieval London had its own channels and watercourses. But the modern industrial city was something different. It was much larger, much denser, and much more dependent upon water. The 19th century brought new technology, new ideas, new building methods, new demands. Factories used water. Households used more water. Railways changed the city. Population increased. And the old drainage arrangements were being pushed beyond their original purpose. Imagine a small stream. Perhaps it once flowed through open countryside. People build houses around it. Then more houses. Then streets. Then shops. Eventually, the stream is no longer visible. It is covered. A sewer is built over it. The city grows above, but the water still moves beneath. This happened in various parts of London. Old streams and watercourses became part of the drainage system. The city buried its waterways. But burying a stream does not remove the water. It simply moves it underground. And when sewage is added, the hidden stream becomes part of a larger problem. This is one reason Victorian London had such a complicated underground world. The city had inherited layers, natural waterways, old drainage channels, brick sewers, new pipes, house connections, storm drains, everything connected in different ways. And now, the population was enormous. Let us look again at the ordinary house. A family uses water. The water becomes dirty. It is poured away. Where does it go? Perhaps into a drain. The drain joins another. The flow continues. The family forgets about it. That is normal. The household has done nothing unusual. The problem is not one family. The problem is the total. One family, then 10, then 100, then 1,000, then tens of thousands. Every household contributes. The city becomes a machine of constant flow. Clean water enters. Dirty water leaves. And the dirty water needs somewhere to go. If the system is well designed, the waste can be collected and safely treated. If the system is poorly designed, the waste can end up in rivers. London was closer to the second situation. Now imagine standing above one of the larger sewers. You cannot see it. You simply see the street. A cart passes. A man walks by. A woman carries a basket. A child runs past. But below, the sewer carries water toward the Thames. The hidden river is flowing, and it is carrying the city's waste. The city has effectively created another river beneath itself, a river of wastewater. And eventually, these underground flows converge. The small drains lead to larger sewers. The larger sewers lead toward the Thames. The river becomes the final destination. This was convenient. It was also dangerous, because once the sewage entered the river, it became difficult to remove. There was no modern treatment plant waiting downstream. There was no large system designed to clean the water. The river received it, and that was largely the end of the process. The city had solved its immediate problem. The waste was no longer in the house. It was no longer in the street. It had been moved away. But the larger environmental problem remained. This is a pattern we see throughout history. People often solve problems at one level, only to move them somewhere else. A waste pile disappears from the street. Now it is in the river. A factory removes smoke from one room. Now it enters the atmosphere. A city moves water underground. Now it becomes difficult to monitor. The problem has not disappeared. It has changed location. In 1858, London was learning this lesson. Now let us think about the smell. Why could a hidden sewer make the river smell worse? Because everything that entered the sewer eventually reached somewhere. Waste did not disappear underground. It traveled. It decomposed. It mixed with water. It entered the Thames. And in the warm summer, the process became more noticeable. The heat affected the river. The low water levels exposed polluted material. The smell rose. The city could no longer pretend that the hidden system was working perfectly. The invisible had become visible. Or perhaps, more accurately, the invisible had become smellable. That is a strange word. But smell was the messenger. People could not see the sewage underground. They could not see the microorganisms. They could not see the chemical processes. But they could smell the result. And the smell told them something was wrong. Now, let us imagine the workers who maintained these tunnels. A sewer worker might have to descend through an opening in the street. Above him, London continues as normal. Below, he enters another world. The light becomes weaker. The sound of the city fades. The tunnel is narrow. He checks the brickwork. He examines the flow. He looks for blockages. Perhaps a piece of wood has become trapped. Perhaps rubbish has collected. Perhaps part of the wall needs repair. He works carefully. A mistake could be dangerous. The work is dirty, but someone has to do it. This is another quiet part of London's history. Modern cities depend on workers who are rarely seen. The system above is only possible because someone maintains the system below. And in Victorian London, the work was often done with far fewer protections than workers would expect today. There were no modern safety standards, no electric lighting, no advanced breathing equipment, no modern protective clothing. Workers relied on experience. They knew the tunnels. They knew the smells. They knew the water. They knew the dangers. And they continued. Imagine the lamplight moving along a brick wall. The worker's shadow stretches behind him. The water makes a soft sound. The tunnel continues. For a moment, the city above feels completely separate. Yet every house contributes to this underground world. Every toilet, every sink, every drain, every street, all connected. The underground network is a mirror of the city above. The city above is crowded. The underground system is crowded. The city above is constantly moving. The underground water is constantly moving. The city above produces waste. The underground carries it. And all of it moves toward the Thames. Let us now consider another problem. Ventilation. Sewers can contain unpleasant and sometimes dangerous gases. As organic material breaks down, gases are produced. A sewer needs air movement. But opening sewer systems to the street can also release unpleasant smells into neighborhoods. This created another problem. How do you make a sewer safe without making the street smell worse? There were different approaches. Ventilation shafts, openings, connections, but each solution had its own problems. London was learning how complicated sanitation could be. You could not simply build a tunnel. You needed an entire system. And the system had to work with the city's geography. The Thames Valley, the hills, the low-lying areas, the tide, the streets, the buildings, the existing drains. Everything mattered. Now imagine looking at a map of London. The Thames runs across the page. North of the river, streets spread in every direction. South of the river, more streets. The city is enormous. How could sewage from all these areas be collected and moved? Gravity could help. Water naturally flows downhill. Engineers could use slopes. But London was not one simple hill. The land rises and falls. The river cuts through it. Some areas are low. Some are higher. So a modern sewer system would require careful planning. The sewage needed to move in a controlled direction. Eventually, large interceptor sewers would be built. They would catch sewage before it reached the river. They would carry it eastward. Then the waste could be pumped and transported farther away. But that is still in the future. For now, London is using its old system. And the old system is becoming overwhelmed. Let us return to the year 1858. The city is growing. The river is polluted. The smell is increasing. The weather is warm. The underground system is carrying more waste than ever. And the people above are beginning to notice. Newspapers describe the condition of the river. Doctors discuss disease. Politicians complain about the smell. Engineers discuss solutions. Ordinary people simply want the river to stop smelling. But there is no easy answer. The city cannot stop using water. It cannot stop producing waste. It cannot simply close every drain. It cannot stop the river. The solution must be structural. The entire system must change. This is why the Great Stink matters so much. The smell itself was temporary, but it revealed a permanent problem. London had outgrown its sewage system. The city needed something larger, something coordinated, something designed for the future. And that future would require a huge public project. Before we get there, let us think about scale. Imagine a single household, a small amount of wastewater. Now imagine a street, hundreds of households. Now a neighborhood, thousands. Now the whole city, millions of daily flows. The numbers become difficult to imagine. Every day, water enters London. Every day, water leaves London. And the difference between a small town and a huge city becomes enormous. A drainage system that works for a few thousand people may fail when used by hundreds of thousands. A sewer built for yesterday may not survive tomorrow. London had become a modern city, but its infrastructure had not always kept pace. That is the deeper story beneath the smell. The Great Stink was not simply about dirty water. It was about urban growth. It was about the challenge of building systems for a rapidly expanding population. It was about the hidden cost of progress. Factories brought jobs. Railways brought movement. New homes brought people. Water systems brought convenience. Flush toilets brought comfort. But every improvement created new demands. More water. More waste. More sewage. More pressure on the river. Progress created a new problem. And now, London needed another kind of progress to solve it. Engineering, planning, public health, government, money, and enormous amounts of labor. The coming sewer project would combine all of these. But before the project begins, there is another place we need to visit. The streets. Because underground problems often become visible through what happens above. Overflowing drains, bad smells, dirty streets, wet basements, flooded areas, complaints from residents. All of these things tell us that the hidden system is struggling. Imagine a narrow London street after rain. Water flows along the stones. Mud collects near the edges. A horse steps through a puddle. A cart passes. The wheel splashes water. A child moves carefully around the wet ground. Near one wall, a drain is overflowing. People step around it. Someone complains. Someone tries to clear it. The city continues. This is the everyday face of infrastructure failure. It is not always dramatic. Often, it is simply inconvenient. A bad smell, a wet floor, a blocked drain, a flooded basement, a dirty street. But repeated problems create pressure. People begin asking questions. Why does this happen? Who is responsible? Who will fix it? Who will pay? Those questions slowly move from the street to local government and eventually to Parliament. The Great Stink would accelerate that journey. Because when the smell became unbearable, the problem could no longer be treated as a minor local inconvenience. The Thames itself had become a public complaint. Now let us imagine London after sunset. The streets are darker. The gas lamps glow. The shops are closed. The houses settle. The river moves quietly. And beneath all of this, the sewers continue their work. The underground water moves slowly, sometimes quickly, sometimes almost silently. It travels through brick channels. It passes beneath streets. It moves toward larger drains. And eventually, it reaches the Thames. The city above is asleep. The city below is still awake. There is no pause. Waste is produced every hour. Water continues to move. The system continues to carry it. And the river continues to receive it. This is the hidden rhythm of Victorian London. The visible city sleeps. The invisible city keeps moving. Let us stay here for a moment. Imagine the sound. A distant drip. A quiet flow. The echo of water against brick. Perhaps the soft footsteps of a worker. The flicker of a small lamp. Then silence again. Above, a horse moves along a street. The sound reaches faintly through the stone, then disappears. The sewer worker continues. The water continues. The city continues. And slowly, the future approaches. Because London is about to build something much larger than anything it has built before. A new sewer system. A system designed to intercept the waste before it reaches the Thames. A system that will reshape the riverfront. A system that will require enormous amounts of brick. A system that will involve thousands of workers. A system that will take years. And at the center of this effort will be an engineer named Joseph Bazalgette. But we will meet him properly later. For tonight, let us remain underground. The brick walls surround us. The air is damp. The water moves slowly. We follow it, past one junction, then another. The tunnel becomes larger. More water joins. The flow grows. And eventually, we reach the place where the hidden city meets the visible river. The Thames, the final destination. The river is dark. The tide is moving. The sewage enters. The water carries it away. And above, London sleeps. For centuries, this arrangement seemed good enough. Now, it is failing. The city has become too large. The river has received too much. The old system has reached its limit. And soon, the smell will become so powerful that even the walls of Parliament will not be able to keep it out. So let us slowly return to the surface. Climb the steps. Leave the dark tunnel. Come back to the street. The night air feels cooler. The lamps glow. The city is quiet. And somewhere in the distance, the Thames moves beneath the bridges. We now understand something important. The great stink did not begin at the river. It began inside the city. Inside homes. Inside streets. Inside drains. Inside sewers. The river was simply where the entire system ended. And when the river could no longer absorb what London was sending, the problem returned to the people. Through the smell, through the air, through fear, through public attention, the hidden world had finally become visible. Tomorrow, we will step back into the homes of London. We will look more closely at water closets, privies, cesspits, household cleanliness, and the changing habits of Victorian families. We will see why people wanted modern sanitation. And we will understand why the very improvements that promised a cleaner future also helped create the crisis beside the Thames. For now, let the underground city grow quiet. Let the brick walls rest. Let the water move. Above us, London sleeps. Below us, The sewers continue their endless journey. And far ahead, the river waits. Good night. Rest gently. The city is quiet now. The streets are still. The lamps burn softly. And beneath your imagined feet, the hidden water moves slowly through Victorian London. Toward the Thames, let us return once more to an ordinary London home. Not a palace, not a grand townhouse, not the home of a famous politician. Just an ordinary home, in an ordinary London street, on an ordinary morning. In the year 1858, the city outside is already beginning to move. There is the sound of footsteps, the wheels of carts, the distant call of a street seller, the occasional clap of a horse. Somewhere nearby, a door opens. Someone is carrying coal. Someone is washing a window. Someone is preparing breakfast. And inside the house, the family is beginning another day. There is something comforting about imagining these small routines. History often talks about kings. It talks about governments. It talks about wars. It talks about famous buildings. But cities are really made from small things. A person waking up. A kettle being heated. A child being dressed. A meal being prepared. A floor being swept. A bucket being carried. A window being opened. A toilet being used. A basin being emptied. These ordinary actions are what make up daily life. And in Victorian London, many of these actions were connected to one enormous question. Water, where does it come from? How clean is it? How much do we have? And after we use it, where does it go? These questions may sound simple, but in 1858, they were not simple at all. Let us imagine that you are standing inside a modest Victorian home. The room is not large. The walls are plain. There may be wallpaper. There may be a small fireplace. There is a wooden table. A few chairs. Perhaps a cupboard. Perhaps a bed in another room. The family owns only what it needs. Nothing is wasted. Everything has a purpose. Near the wall, there is a container for water. Someone has brought it inside. The water may have been collected from a public supply. Perhaps from a standpipe. Perhaps from another source. Whatever the source, someone had to make sure it was available. Water does not simply appear. Someone had to obtain it. This simple fact shaped Victorian life. Today, we can wake up, walk into a bathroom, turn a handle, and watch water flow. The action takes seconds. We rarely think about it. But imagine having to carry water. A bucket can be heavy. A full container is not light. And if a household needs several buckets, someone has to make several trips. This work often fell upon women and children. The task was ordinary. Because it was ordinary, it was easy to overlook. But it took time. It took strength. And it connected the household directly to the city's water system. Now imagine preparing breakfast. Water is needed for tea. Water is needed for cooking. Water is needed for washing dishes. Perhaps water is needed for washing a child. Perhaps water is needed for cleaning a floor. The same household may use several containers of water during the day. And each container creates another problem. Dirty water. Used water. Wastewater. Where does it go? Perhaps it is poured into a drain. Perhaps into a yard. Perhaps into a street channel. Perhaps into a sink connected to a pipe. Eventually, much of it enters the drainage system. This is the quiet cycle of urban life. Clean water enters the house. Dirty water leaves. The house itself may look clean, but the waste is simply moving elsewhere. Now, let us think about the Victorian idea of cleanliness. People in the 19th century cared deeply about cleanliness. This is sometimes misunderstood. It is easy to imagine that people in the past simply did not care about being clean. That is not true. People washed. They cleaned clothes. They swept rooms. They aired bedding. They cleaned floors. They washed faces and hands. They cared about appearances. They knew that dirt was unpleasant. They knew that bad smells were unpleasant. And increasingly, reformers were teaching people that cleanliness was connected to health. The problem was not always a lack of desire. The problem was access. Cleanliness requires resources. Water, soap, time, space, fuel, good drainage. A person can want to wash, but if water is difficult to obtain, the task becomes harder. A person can want to keep a house clean, but if the street outside is muddy, dirt comes inside. A person can want a clean toilet, but if the sewer is poorly designed, the problem is larger than the household. So Victorian cleanliness was partly a social issue. Some families had more resources. Some had fewer. A wealthy household might have servants, a larger supply of water, more rooms, better facilities, more fuel for heating water. A poor household might have none of these advantages. This created different experiences of sanitation across London. The city was not equally clean. It could not be. Now let us imagine a wealthier home. The rooms are larger. There may be several servants. Water is available more easily. There may be a private water closet. The family can wash more often. The household can afford soap. Clothes can be washed. Floors can be scrubbed. The smell of waste is kept farther away. From inside the home, modern sanitation can feel like progress. A water closet is convenient. A flush is convenient. Waste disappears. At least, it appears to. But beneath the house, the waste has entered the drainage system, and the drainage system eventually carries it toward the Thames. This is the great contradiction. The home becomes cleaner, while the river becomes dirtier. One of the reasons flush toilets became popular was convenience. People wanted to move waste away quickly. A water closet offered exactly that. You used it. You flushed. The waste disappeared. There was no visible pile. No full pit in the courtyard. No bucket waiting to be emptied. No obvious waste near the home. The improvement was real. But the larger system was not ready. This is an important point. The flush toilet itself was not the enemy. The problem was what happened afterward. If sewage is safely collected and treated, a flush toilet is part of a healthy sanitation system. But if sewage is sent directly into a river, the problem simply moves. Victorian London was discovering this distinction. Slowly, sometimes painfully. Now imagine a family using its new water closet. The child is curious. The mother explains how it works. Water moves. The waste disappears. Perhaps the family is pleased. It feels modern. It feels civilized. It feels like the future. And in a way, it was. But the future had not yet been fully built. The city had invented new ways to use water. It had not yet built a complete system to manage the consequences. So, the amount of sewage entering London's drainage network increased. More households gained access to water. More water was used. More water was flushed. More waste entered the sewers. And more of it reached the Thames. The river was being asked to carry the burden of a modern city. Now let us look at the other side. The privy. The old arrangement. A small structure. Perhaps outside. Perhaps at the back of a house. Perhaps shared by several families. There is nothing modern about it. But it has one advantage. The waste is concentrated. It can be collected. It can be removed. It does not necessarily require huge amounts of water. The old system was unpleasant, but in some ways, it fit the older city. As London changed, that system became less practical. More people, more buildings, more crowded neighborhoods, less space, more water. The city needed something better. People wanted something better. And that desire was completely reasonable. No one wants to live beside a full cesspit. No one wants to share a filthy privy with dozens of people. No one wants waste near the home. So reform was necessary. The problem was not that London wanted better sanitation. The problem was that the transition was incomplete. Imagine replacing an old road with a new road. You build the new road, but you forget to connect it to the rest of the city. Cars can travel farther, but eventually, they reach the old road. The system is still incomplete. Something similar happened with sanitation. New toilets, new water supplies, old drainage, old sewers. The pieces did not always fit together, and the river paid the price. Now, let us step outside again. Imagine a row of London houses. Behind them, small yards. Laundry hangs on lines. Children play. There may be sheds. There may be coal storage. There may be a privy. There may be a drain. In crowded areas, the space can be very limited. Families live close together. Neighbors know each other's routines. Noise travels easily. Smells travel easily. Disease can spread more easily. And sanitation becomes a shared problem. If one household has a problem, the neighbors may notice. If a drain becomes blocked, everyone may suffer. If a privy overflows, the entire courtyard can smell. This is why urban sanitation cannot be solved one household at a time. A city is connected. One person's waste can become another person's problem. One neighborhood's drainage can affect another. One sewer can carry pollution toward the river. Everything is connected. This was becoming increasingly clear in 19th century London. Now let us think about soap. Soap was an important part of cleanliness. It removes dirt. It helps people wash. But soap costs money. And washing clothes requires water. It requires time. It requires fuel. Clothes may need to be boiled. Water must be heated. Large quantities may be needed. A family with servants can manage this more easily. A working family may have to plan carefully. Perhaps washing is done on a particular day. Perhaps clothes are soaked, scrubbed, rinsed, hung to dry. The work continues for hours. This is another part of Victorian life that modern people can easily forget. Clean clothes were not simply placed into a machine. There was no automatic cycle. Laundry was labor, heavy labor. Water had to be carried. Clothes had to be scrubbed. Water had to be changed. Everything had to dry. And after all of this, the dirty water had to be discarded. Again, the drainage system receives it. One more small flow. One more contribution to London's wastewater. Now imagine thousands of households doing laundry. Thousands of kitchens using water. Thousands of people washing. Thousands of toilets being flushed. The total becomes enormous. The city has become a giant consumer of water, and therefore, a giant producer of wastewater. This is the part of the story that slowly leads us back to the Thames. The river is not polluted by one dramatic event. It is polluted by ordinary life. That is what makes the story so powerful. The Great Stink was created by normal activities. People cooking, people washing, people using toilets, factories using water, markets cleaning food, rain washing streets. All of these things are normal, but the combined effect is enormous. Now, let us imagine a Victorian child. The child wakes early. Perhaps they have chores. Perhaps they carry water. Perhaps they help with cleaning. Perhaps they help look after younger children. Children were part of household work. Life could be demanding, but there were also moments of play. A child may run through the street, watch a horse, look at a passing train, listen to music, play with friends. The child may never think about sewers. Why would they? The sewer is invisible. It is part of the adult world, but the child's health depends on it. This is one of the great truths of public health. Children are often among the first to suffer when sanitation fails. Their bodies are smaller. They can become dehydrated quickly during severe illness. Crowded living conditions can expose them to disease. Clean water matters enormously, and Victorian reformers were beginning to understand this. The city needed better sanitation, not only for comfort, but for survival. Now, let us think about cholera. Cholera had frightened London before 1858. The disease could spread rapidly. A person might become sick, then weaker, then severely dehydrated. And without modern treatment, the outcome could be terrible. The outbreaks had caused fear across the city. People searched for explanations. Some blamed bad air. Some blamed smells. Some blamed dirt. Some blamed poverty. Some blamed immoral behavior. Others began looking more closely at water. John Snow's investigations were especially important. His work helped show that cholera was linked to contaminated water. He studied cases. He studied locations. He studied water sources. His approach was careful. He looked for patterns. The famous example involved the Broad Street pump in Soho during the 1854 cholera outbreak. Snow argued that contaminated water from the pump was connected to the outbreak. His work became an important part of the history of epidemiology. But scientific ideas do not instantly change society. People need time. Evidence needs to accumulate. Institutions need to respond. And governments need to act. By 1858, the connection between sanitation and health was becoming harder to ignore. Yet many people still thought in terms of bad smells. And the Thames was certainly providing plenty of those. The Great Stink therefore arrived at a strange moment. London was beginning to understand sanitation scientifically, while still responding to it emotionally. The smell made people angry. The fear of disease made them worried. The engineers saw a technical problem. Politicians saw a public problem. Reformers saw a health problem. Workers saw a practical problem. Ordinary families saw a daily problem. Everyone was looking at the same city, but from different angles, and all of those angles would eventually come together. Now, let us return to the water closet. Imagine the small room. Perhaps it is inside a house. Perhaps it is outside. The toilet is simple. The mechanism may be mechanical. A handle, a chain, a tank, water. The user does not need to think about the sewer. The waste disappears. But someone somewhere must think about the sewer. This is one of the great lessons of modern cities. Convenience often depends upon invisible infrastructure. When you flush, someone maintains the pipe. Someone supplies the water. Someone manages the sewer. Someone controls the pumping. Someone treats the waste. Someone maintains the river system. The user sees only a few seconds. The infrastructure works for decades. Victorian London was beginning to build that infrastructure. But in 1858, it was not yet complete. Now imagine a household at night. Everyone is asleep. A candle has been extinguished. The rooms are dark. The street outside is quiet. But water is still moving through the city. A toilet is flushed. A basin is emptied. A drain carries water away. Underground, the flow joins another, then another. The city continues to produce wastewater even while people sleep. The system never truly rests. This is why the river is always receiving something. Every hour, every day, the Thames becomes the final collector, and the amount grows. Now, let us think about rain. Rain can be beautiful. A soft Victorian rain falling on rooftops, drops on windows, water flowing from gutters. The sound is gentle. But in a city, rain creates another problem. The streets become wet. Mud is moved. Animal waste is washed away. Rubbish moves toward drains. Everything on the street can enter the drainage system. In 1858, London streets contained many forms of waste. Horse manure was everywhere. Horses were essential to transportation, but they produced enormous amounts of manure. Carts passed constantly. Horses stood outside buildings. Stable yards needed cleaning. The waste accumulated. Rain washed some of it into drains. So even without household sewage, the city's water was collecting pollution. This is another reason the sanitation problem was complicated. It was not only human sewage. There was animal waste, industrial waste, household waste, rainwater, mud, food scraps. Everything could become part of the urban drainage flow. The Thames received the combined result. Now imagine a street after a summer rain. The sun comes out. Steam seems to rise from the stones. The smell of wet streets mixes with many other smells. Horse manure, coal smoke, food, mud, waste, and somewhere beneath, the drains carry water toward the river. The city is constantly washing itself, but the washing simply transfers dirt. This is the hidden irony. Water makes the city cleaner in one sense, while moving its waste into another place. Now, let us think about the river again. The Thames receives all of this. The river does its best. The tide moves. The current moves. The water mixes. But the amount is too great. The river is being used as London's waste disposal system. And that system has no future. Soon, the city will need to stop treating the river as a final dumping place. But that idea requires a new way of thinking. Waste must be intercepted. It must be collected. It must be transported. It must be removed from central London. The city must build an entirely new network. This is a massive undertaking, and someone will need to design it. Someone will need to understand the geography. Someone will need to calculate the slopes. Someone will need to determine where the sewer should go. Someone will need to plan pumping stations. Someone will need to think about tides. Someone will need to consider future population growth. That person will be Joseph Basil Jett. But before we meet him, let us spend one more quiet evening inside an ordinary Victorian household. Imagine the family sitting together. The day is ending. A meal has been eaten. The dishes are being washed. A child is tired. Someone prepares the bed. The fire is slowly dying. Outside, London continues. The river is nearby. The city smells of coal smoke, horses, food, and waste. The family closes the door. Inside, they are safe from the street, at least for the night. But beneath the house, the wastewater continues its journey. It enters the drain. It moves into the sewer. It joins other flows. It travels toward the Thames. The family does not think about it. Why would they? They have done nothing wrong. They are simply living. That is the important point. The great stink was not created by careless individuals. It was created by a system that had grown too large, a system that had not been redesigned quickly enough, a system that moved waste away from homes, but moved it toward the river. And when the river became overwhelmed, the smell came back. It returned through the air. It returned through public complaints. It returned through newspapers. It returned through politics. The waste had traveled in a circle, away from the house, into the river, and back into the life of the city through the smell. Now, the night is deep. The streets are quiet. The family sleeps. The water continues moving beneath them. Let us imagine that movement. A small stream of wastewater leaves the house. It travels through a pipe. It joins another, then another. The tunnel becomes larger. The flow becomes stronger. Brick walls surround it. A worker may be nearby. A lamp glows. Then the water continues. Eventually, it reaches a larger sewer. Then another. And finally, the river, the Thames, the same river we visited earlier. The water enters. The tide moves. And the waste becomes part of the river. For now, that is the system. But it will not remain that way. The summer of 1858 will change the future. The smell will become a political force. Engineers will receive support. Plans will be created. Parliament will act. Money will be spent. And London will begin one of the greatest urban engineering projects of the 19th century. But that transformation has not yet begun. Tonight, we are still in the old London. The old drains. The old toilets. The old habits. The old river. The city before the great change. So let us rest here. Imagine a quiet Victorian street. The windows are dark. A lamp burns at the corner. The stones are still. The horses are sleeping in their stables. The shops are closed. The workers have gone home. And somewhere below, the water moves. Slowly, quietly, endlessly, toward the Thames. The city above is peaceful. The hidden city below continues working. And the river waits. Tomorrow, we will begin to meet the people who tried to understand London's growing sanitation crisis. We will look at reformers, doctors, scientists, engineers, and officials. We will follow the gradual change in thinking. From bad smells to public health, from local drains to citywide planning, and from scattered solutions to the enormous vision that would eventually transform London. For now, let the house become quiet. Let the candle go out. Let the family sleep. Let the street rest. And beneath it, let the hidden water continue its slow journey. Good night. Rest gently. The old city is still awake beneath your feet. But the night is quiet. The river is waiting. And slowly, the future is coming. Imagine London in the years before the Great Stink. The city is growing. The streets are becoming busier. New houses appear. Old neighborhoods become more crowded. Factories rise. Railways spread. More people arrive looking for work. And everywhere, people use water. People wash. People cook. People flush. People clean. People produce waste. The city grows richer. But beneath the surface, another story is developing. A story of illness. A story of dirty water. A story of overflowing drains. A story of polluted rivers. And slowly, some people begin to notice that these things are connected. At first, the connection is not clear. Disease is mysterious. People know that sickness can spread. They know that certain places seem unhealthy. They know that bad smells are unpleasant. But they do not yet have the full picture. Modern germ theory is still developing. The invisible world of bacteria is still largely unknown to ordinary people. So people search for explanations. One of the most powerful ideas is the idea of bad air. Miasma. The word sounds strange to us now, but the basic idea was simple. People believed that diseases could come from foul air, rotting material, dirty streets, standing water, decaying waste. All of these things seemed to produce unhealthy vapors. And when the Thames began to smell terrible, the idea seemed convincing. You could smell something rotten. You could see dirty water. You could see dead material. You could see mud. You could see waste. And people had seen disease follow bad conditions. So it seemed reasonable to believe that the smell itself carried sickness. The theory was wrong in important ways. But it was not foolish. It was an attempt to explain what people could observe. Imagine living in 1858. You cannot see bacteria. You cannot look through a modern microscope and understand exactly what is happening. You cannot order a laboratory test. You cannot open a textbook on modern microbiology. You have your eyes, your nose, your experience, and your observations. You notice that dirty places often smell bad. You notice that dirty places can also be unhealthy. So you connect the two. This is how people often understand the world. They look for patterns. Sometimes the pattern is correct. Sometimes it is only partly correct. But those observations can still lead to useful action. And in London's case, the concern about bad air helped create pressure for cleaner streets and better sanitation. People wanted the smell gone. They wanted waste removed. They wanted the river cleaned, even if they did not yet understand bacteria. They understood that something was wrong. Now, let us meet one of the most important people in this story. Jon Snow. Jon Snow was a doctor. He became famous for his careful investigation of cholera. He was not satisfied with vague explanations. He wanted evidence. He wanted to know where people became sick. He wanted to know what they had in common. And one particular outbreak in London would become especially important. The year was 1854. The place was Soho, a neighborhood in central London. There was an outbreak of cholera. People became sick. Many died. The situation was frightening. But Snow began studying the cases carefully. He mapped where the deaths occurred. He looked at the locations. He looked at the water supplies. And he noticed something. Many of the people who became sick had used water from the Broad Street pump. The pattern was striking. Snow believed that contaminated water was spreading the disease. He presented his findings. He argued that the pump was connected to the outbreak. The handle was eventually removed, and the outbreak declined. But the story was not as simple as one pump handle. The scientific community was still divided. The idea that cholera was caused by contaminated water was not universally accepted. Many still believed in miasma. Many believed that foul air caused disease. And because the city smelled terrible, the theory seemed to fit what people experienced. Still, Snow's work was extremely important. He was showing a new way of thinking. Instead of simply asking, "What does this place smell like?" he asked, "Where are the cases? Where do the sick people live? What water do they use? What pattern do we see?" This is a different kind of investigation. It is slower, more careful, more evidence-based, and it would become one of the foundations of modern epidemiology. Now, let us return to the streets. Imagine a London neighborhood in the summer. The weather is warm. The pavement is dry. The sun shines on the buildings. People move through the streets. Children play. Shopkeepers stand near their doors. A horse waits beside a cart. The air is full of ordinary city smells. Coal smoke, food, horse manure, sweat, dust, and increasingly, the smell of the river. A doctor walks through the neighborhood. Perhaps he has been called to see a sick patient. He enters a house. The room is small. The family is worried. Someone is lying in bed. The doctor asks questions. What did they eat? Where did they drink? Who else is sick? Where did they go? What water did they use? These questions may seem ordinary, but they represent a changing way of thinking. The doctor is not simply treating the individual. He is trying to understand the environment. Because disease does not happen in isolation. People live in communities. They share water. They share streets. They share drains. They share wells. They share pumps. If something is wrong with the environment, many people can be affected. This was becoming increasingly clear. Now let us think about the river. The Thames was not only a place where sewage ended. It was also connected to London's water supply in various ways. Water companies drew water from the river. They supplied households. Over time, efforts were made to move water intakes farther upstream. But the basic problem remained. If a river is polluted, using it as a drinking water source becomes dangerous. The city therefore faced two linked problems. Waste was entering the river, and people needed water. The more polluted the river became, the more important clean water supplies became. This was not a luxury. It was essential. Now imagine a person filling a bucket. The water looks cloudy. Perhaps they do not know exactly why. They may boil it. They may filter it. They may trust it. There is no simple way to see microscopic contamination. A glass of water can look perfectly normal and still be dangerous. This is one of the hardest lessons of public health. Danger is not always visible. The Thames could smell terrible. That was visible in one sense. But some of the greatest dangers were invisible. Bacteria, contaminants, disease organisms. These could travel through water without changing its appearance. People were beginning to understand this slowly. Now, let us think about another group. The sanitary reformers. These men and women wanted better living conditions. They visited poor neighborhoods. They collected information. They wrote reports. They described overcrowding. They described filthy streets. They described inadequate drainage. They described poor water supplies. They argued that government had a responsibility. One of the most influential figures was Edwin Chadwick. Chadwick was a social reformer. He became strongly associated with sanitation reform. He believed that poor living conditions contributed to disease. He wanted better drainage, better waste removal, cleaner water, better urban conditions. His famous report on the sanitary condition of the laboring population helped draw attention to the problem. The report described terrible conditions in many places: crowded housing, poor drainage, waste near homes, dirty water, unhealthy environments. Chadwick's ideas were influential, but they were also controversial. Not everyone agreed with his methods. Not everyone agreed with his conclusions. And sanitation reform required money. Someone had to pay. Local authorities had limited resources. Landowners had interests. Water companies had interests. Residents had interests. Businesses had interests. Changing the entire city was not simple. Still, the movement toward reform continued. This is how large changes often happen. Not because one person suddenly solves everything, but because many people gradually push in the same direction. A doctor notices something. A reformer writes a report. A journalist describes conditions. A worker complains. A politician listens. An engineer proposes a solution. A public official changes a rule. Then another. Slowly, the system begins to move. London's sanitation story was built from many such moments. Now, let us imagine one of Chadwick's reports. The words are printed on paper. Pages filled with descriptions, tables, observations, statistics. The subject is unpleasant, but the goal is simple. Show people what is happening. Make the invisible visible. If the public can see the problem, perhaps the public will demand change. This is another reason the Great Stink became so powerful. The smell did not need a report. Everyone could experience it. Everyone could understand it. But the reports had already been building the case. The city had a sanitation problem. The river was polluted. Disease was associated with poor conditions. Something needed to change. Now, let us return to John Snow. Snow died in 1858, the same year as the Great Stink. That timing is remarkable. He would not live to see the later development of London's great sewer system. But his work had already changed how people thought about disease. His investigations encouraged people to look at patterns, to look at water, to look at evidence, to think about the environment. The great stink would happen during this period of changing scientific understanding. The old ideas were not simply replaced overnight. They overlapped. Miasma, water contamination, environmental conditions, public health, all were part of the conversation. And the river stood at the center. Now, imagine walking along the Thames with a doctor. The river is below. The smell is strong. The doctor looks at the water. Perhaps he is thinking about disease. Perhaps he is thinking about drainage. Perhaps he is thinking about the people who drink water from rivers. Perhaps he is thinking about the patients he has treated. He does not have all the answers, but he knows that the situation cannot continue. That is enough to begin. Sometimes, reform begins before people understand everything. They know something is wrong. They know it must change. Then understanding catches up. Now, let us look at London government. Who is responsible for the streets? Who is responsible for the sewers? Who is responsible for the water? Who is responsible for the river? These questions were complicated. London was not governed as one simple modern city. There were parishes, vestries, districts, different authorities, different responsibilities, different interests. Some areas had better services. Some had worse. Some authorities were more active. Others were slower. A large city needs coordination. But coordination is difficult when responsibility is divided. Imagine a road passing through several districts. One district maintains one section. Another maintains another. The road connects them, but the systems are not always consistent. Drainage had similar problems. Water flowed across boundaries. Sewage ignored political borders. The river did not care which authority was responsible. Nature does not follow administrative lines. That made London's sanitation problem especially difficult. Eventually, a more coordinated approach would be needed. But the city had not yet reached that point. The pressure was building. The Great Stink would help force the issue. Now, let us think about the word reform. Reform sounds grand, but reform often begins with very simple things. A better drain, a cleaner water source, a regular waste collection, a covered sewer, a new regulation, a public health office, a better system for removing waste. One improvement leads to another. And eventually, a city changes. London was moving toward that transformation. But the path would not be smooth. There would be disagreements. There would be costs. There would be political arguments. There would be engineering challenges. And there would be people who believed that the existing system was good enough. This is common in history. When a system has existed for a long time, people become used to it, even if it is imperfect, even if it is unhealthy. Changing it requires effort, and sometimes a crisis is needed. The Great Stink was such a crisis. Now, imagine the summer of 1858 approaching. The temperature rises. The river becomes more unpleasant. The newspapers begin paying attention. People complain. The smell becomes difficult to ignore. The question changes. It is no longer, is the river dirty? Everyone knows the answer. The question becomes, what are we going to do? That is a much harder question, because the answer will require money. It will require engineering. It will require government. And it will require a man with a plan. Joseph Bazalgette. But before we meet him, let us take a slow walk through the streets. Imagine a newspaper seller. He stands on a corner. A stack of papers rests beside him. People stop. They look at the headlines. They talk. The Thames is being discussed. Everyone knows about the smell. Perhaps someone laughs. Perhaps someone complains. Perhaps someone says that Parliament should do something. Another person says it is the fault of the local authorities. Someone else blames the water companies. Another blames the factories. Another blames the weather. Everyone has an opinion. The city is talking. And when a city talks about one problem long enough, politicians eventually have to listen. Now, let us imagine the Houses of Parliament. The building stands beside the river. Inside, members debate laws. Outside, the Thames smells. The contrast is almost too perfect. The center of political power is physically beside the environmental crisis. There is no distance. The problem is outside the window. The air enters the building. The river can be seen. The smell can be experienced. This is why the Great Stink created such urgency. It was not an abstract report. It was not a distant disease statistic. It was not something happening in another city. It was happening directly beside the nation's lawmakers. The river was impossible to ignore. And slowly, the political response began. But we are not going there yet. Let us slow down. The city is large. The problem is complex. And the people trying to solve it are human. They have limited knowledge, limited money, limited technology. They make mistakes. They argue. They try different ideas. Some ideas work. Others fail. This is what makes the story interesting. The Great Sewer System was not created by magic. It was created by people. People with plans. People with drawings. People with calculations. People with tools. People with bricks. Thousands of workers. And one central engineer. Joseph Bazalgette. Before he begins his greatest work, let us spend one final quiet moment with the reformers. Imagine a desk. A lamp burns beside a stack of papers. The room is quiet. Outside, London continues. Inside, someone is writing. They are describing the city's problems. They are thinking about drainage. They are thinking about disease. They are thinking about clean water. They are thinking about the poor. They are thinking about the future. The work may seem slow. A report, a meeting, a letter, another report, another meeting. But these small acts create pressure. The city begins to understand itself. It begins to see that sanitation is not simply a private matter. It is a public matter. If one household has a bad drain, that may be unfortunate. If an entire city has bad drains, that is a crisis. The Thames is proof. It carries everyone's waste. It does not distinguish between rich and poor. It does not stop at a parish boundary. It receives whatever the city sends. And eventually, it gives something back. The smell, the warning, the message. London has grown too large for its old system. Now, the night is falling. The streets become quieter. The reformers put away their papers. The doctors return home. The newspaper presses continue working. The river moves beneath the bridges. And somewhere, an engineer is thinking about drainage. A man who has already worked on London's sewer system. A man who understands the city. A man who will soon be asked to design something enormous. His name is Joseph Bazalgette. We will meet him properly in the next chapter. We will learn about his background, his engineering work, his understanding of London's geography, and the remarkable plan he would create. A plan that would move sewage away from central London. A plan that would transform the Thames. A plan that would require millions of bricks. A plan that would change London forever. For now, let us leave the reformers in their quiet rooms. Let the papers rest. Let the lamps burn softly. Let the Thames move outside. The city is still waiting. The smell is still there. The problem is still there. But something has changed. London is beginning to understand. And once a city truly understands a problem, it becomes much harder to ignore. Good night. Rest quietly. The old river moves beneath the dark sky. The city sleeps. And in quiet rooms across London, people are beginning to imagine a different future. Let us begin quietly. The year is still the 19th century. London is still beside the Thames. The river is still moving. The streets are still crowded. And beneath those streets, the old drainage system is still carrying water and waste toward the river. But now, we are going to meet the man who would help change that system. His name was Joseph Bazalgette. When we hear about great engineering projects, we often imagine machines, huge bridges, tall buildings, railways, tunnels. But engineering is also about patience. It is about measurements, maps, calculations, drawings, brickwork, pipes, slopes, water, and sometimes the most important engineering is hidden underground. Bazalgette's greatest work would become one of those hidden achievements. Much of London would never see it. People would walk over it every day. They would cross streets, ride in carriages, later travel in trains. They would pass over bridges and beside embankments. They might admire the river. They might enjoy the new streets. But beneath their feet, a vast new system would be working quietly. A system designed to carry London's sewage away. Before we reach that system, let us slow down and meet Bazalgette. Joseph William Bazalgette was born in 1819. He came from a family with a military background, but his own path led toward engineering. As a young man, he trained as an engineer. He worked on drainage projects. He worked on land improvement. He learned about water. He learned about soil. He learned about construction. He learned about the practical problems of building large systems. This experience mattered because London's sewage problem was not something that could be solved with a simple idea. It needed someone who understood how water moved through land, someone who understood slopes, someone who understood construction, someone who could turn a plan on paper into brick and stone. Bazalgette gradually built that experience. And then, London's population kept growing. The city needed better drainage. Various plans were proposed. Different engineers worked on different ideas. The problem was becoming too large for scattered solutions. A city-wide system was needed, and Bazalgette would eventually become central to that effort. Imagine him sitting at a desk. A large map of London is spread before him. The Thames runs across it. The city spreads north and south. Roads cross one another. Buildings cover the land. The existing sewers are marked. Perhaps some areas are shaded. Perhaps there are notes in the margins. The problem is immediately visible. London is not flat. That matters. Water likes to move downhill. But not every part of London slopes in the same direction. Some places are high. Some are low. Some are close to the river. Others are farther away. Some existing sewers run toward the Thames. That is exactly what must be stopped. The new system must intercept them. Instead of allowing sewage to enter the river, the new system must catch it, then carry it away. This is the basic idea. But making the idea work is enormous. Imagine trying to build a hidden river beneath a city. A river made of brick. A river that must flow in the right direction. A river that must survive storms. A river that must carry millions of gallons of wastewater. A river that must remain strong for decades. That is the challenge. Now, let us imagine Bazalgette walking through London. He sees the streets. He sees the houses. He sees the river. He sees the hills. He sees the bridges. He sees the crowded neighborhoods. He sees factories. He sees railway lines. He knows that all of these things are connected. The sewer system cannot simply be placed wherever there is empty land. There is almost no empty land. The city is already built, so the engineers must work around it. Under roads, along the river, beneath neighborhoods, through difficult ground, and sometimes through places where buildings already stand. This requires careful planning. Now imagine the Thames from above. It bends gently through London. The river is tidal. The water rises and falls. That creates a problem. If sewage enters the river at the wrong time, the tide can carry it back toward the city. A system that simply dumps sewage farther downstream may still leave London smelling bad. So the new sewer system must take sewage far enough away. It must reach places where the tidal movement will not bring the waste back into central London. This is one of the key ideas behind Bazalgette's plan. Move the sewage east, away from the heart of London. Then discharge it farther downstream. The river can carry it away. This may sound simple, but the distance is large. The amount of sewage is enormous, and the construction is difficult. Now, let us think about gravity. Gravity is one of the most useful tools in sewer engineering. It is free. It works constantly. It does not need coal. It does not need electricity. It simply pulls water downhill. So Bazalgette's system would make careful use of gravity. The main sewers would be designed with gentle slopes. Not too steep. Not too flat. Just enough to keep the flow moving. This is a quiet form of engineering. There is nothing dramatic about a small slope. But a small slope can determine whether an entire sewer works. If the slope is wrong, water may stand. Solids may settle. The sewer may become blocked. If it is too steep, water may move too quickly. The system must be balanced. The engineers had to calculate these things carefully. Now imagine a long ruler laid across a map. One point is slightly higher. Another is slightly lower. The engineer calculates the difference. Then another section. Then another. A sewer may travel for miles. The slope must remain controlled. The measurements must be accurate. The construction must match the plan. Every brick matters. Every curve matters. Every connection matters. This is why sewer engineering is a science. It is also a craft. And London needed both. Now, let us think about the size of the project. A small drain is one thing. A citywide sewer network is something else entirely. Bazalgette's plan would involve large interceptor sewers. These would collect sewage from smaller local drains. The interceptor would then carry it away, instead of allowing many small sewers to empty directly into the Thames. The new system would catch them. It would create a barrier between the city and the river. That is why the word interceptor is so useful. The new sewers would intercept the old flows. The waste would be captured, then redirected. The Thames would no longer be the immediate destination. At least, that was the goal. Imagine a small stream flowing toward a river. You build a new channel. You catch the stream. You redirect it. Now it travels somewhere else. Then another stream. And another. The new system gradually collects them. This is what the interceptor sewers would do on a massive scale. Now, let us move toward the south side of London. The city did not exist only north of the Thames. South London had its own neighborhoods, its own drainage problems, its own sewers, its own streets. The new system would need to serve both sides. This meant more than one major route. There would be northern and southern systems. They would connect to pumping stations. They would eventually carry sewage toward the east. The scale is difficult to imagine. Think of London today. Now imagine trying to build a giant underground network beneath it. Without modern machinery. No large excavators. No modern concrete pumps. No digital maps. No satellite positioning. No computer models. Engineers had drawings, surveying instruments, levels, measuring tools, mathematics, and human labor. A great deal of human labor. The system would be built largely by hand. Bricks would be made. Bricks would be transported. Bricks would be carried. Mortar would be mixed. Walls would be constructed. Earth would be excavated. Spoil would be removed. Tunnels would be supported. Everything would take time. Now imagine the sound. A construction site in Victorian London. The sound of shovels. The sound of carts. The sound of hammers. The sound of horses. The sound of men calling to one another. Brick by brick. The hidden city is being built. There is something almost peaceful about imagining it from a distance. The workers do not know that their work will become famous. They are simply doing a job. One brick, one wall, one tunnel, one day at a time. And slowly, London is changing. Now, let us return to Bazalgette's map. He has another problem. Population. He knows that London is growing. If he builds a sewer system for the population of 1858, what happens in 20 years? What happens in 50 years? What happens in 100 years? A good engineer must think beyond the present. Bazalgette did exactly that. He designed parts of the system with future population growth in mind. This would later become one of the most important decisions in the project's success. He did not simply build for the London he saw. He built for a larger London. There is a simple wisdom in that. Infrastructure is difficult to replace. Once a huge sewer is buried underground, you cannot easily rebuild it. So it is better to build with room for the future. Bazalgette's system was therefore larger than the immediate need. This added cost. It required more materials. It required more labor. But it also gave London something that would last. The system would serve the city for generations. Now, let us imagine the first major drawings. The lines stretch across the paper. One line follows the river. Another runs farther inland. Connections appear. Pumping stations are marked. Outfalls are marked farther east. The city begins to look different on paper. Above ground, London remains chaotic. Below ground, a new order is being created. This contrast is fascinating. The Victorian city above is crowded and messy. The planned sewer system below is carefully organized. The streets grew over centuries. The new sewers are designed as one system. Old London meets New London. The past meets engineering. And the river stands between them. Now, why were pumping stations needed? Because gravity could not solve everything. Some areas were too low. The sewage needed to be lifted. So large pumping stations would be built. These stations would use steam engines. Steam power was one of the defining technologies of Victorian Britain. Coal would be burned. Water would become steam. Steam would drive engines. The engines would move pumps. The pumps would lift sewage. Then the sewage could continue toward its destination. This is a strange combination. Ancient gravity and modern steam, the old force of the earth, and the new power of the industrial age. Together, they would transform London's sanitation. Imagine entering one of these future pumping stations. The building is large. Brick walls, tall windows. Inside, huge engines, metal parts, pipes, valves, flywheels. The machines move. Steam rises. Workers watch the equipment. The sound is deep, mechanical, constant, but the purpose is simple. Move sewage. This is industrial engineering applied to public health. Now, let us return to the riverbank. Bazalgette understood that the sewer system had to connect with the city's larger structure. And this created another opportunity. The construction of the embankments. Parts of the Thames would be reshaped. New embankments would be built. The riverfront would change. Roads would appear. Public spaces would be created. The sewage system would be hidden beneath them. This is one of the most remarkable aspects of the project. The sewer system was not simply a sewer project. It became part of the physical transformation of London. The riverfront itself would change. Imagine standing beside the Thames before the work. The river edge is uneven. There are wharves, old structures, open spaces, busy activity. Now imagine a new embankment rising. Stone walls, a broad roadway, trees, paths. Below, a massive sewer. The city gains a new public space. The river gains a new boundary. And beneath it, the sewage flows. The engineering is hidden. The visible result is beautiful. This is one reason the project remains important. It combined practical engineering with urban design. Now, let us imagine the planning meetings. Engineers gather. Officials sit. Maps are opened. Numbers are discussed. Costs are calculated. Questions are asked. How much will it cost? How long will it take? Where should the sewers go? Where should the pumping stations be? How much land is needed? How will construction affect traffic? How will existing buildings be protected? How will the river be handled? These are not small questions. Every answer creates another problem. But eventually, the plan becomes clear enough to move forward. London is ready. Or perhaps, London has no choice. The smell has become too strong. The river has become too polluted. The health concerns are too serious. The old system has reached its limit. The city needs a new system. Now, let us imagine the moment when work begins. The first workers arrive. Tools are unloaded. Materials are delivered. A site is marked. The ground is measured. The work starts. At first, it may not look impressive. A hole, a pile of earth, some bricks, a few workers. But beneath this ordinary construction site, a revolution is beginning. A new London is being built underground. The workers dig. They remove soil. They build foundations. They lay bricks. The tunnel takes shape. A curved wall appears. Then another. The sewer becomes long enough to walk through. Then longer. Then longer still. Mile after mile. The system grows. Now, imagine the brickmakers. Before a sewer can be built, there must be bricks. Millions of them. Bricks are fired in kilns. Clay is shaped. The bricks are stacked. They are heated. They cool. They are sorted. Then transported. A single sewer requires enormous quantities. This creates an entire industrial chain. Clay, kilns, workers, transport, construction, mortar, engineering. Everything depends on everything else. This is the hidden economy of a great public project. When we look at a finished sewer, we see brick. But behind each brick, there is a worker. Behind the worker, there is a factory. Behind the factory, there is raw material. Behind the raw material, there is transport. A great project is never just one thing. It is a network of people and materials. Now, let us imagine the workers moving through the tunnel. The brick walls are new. They are clean. The mortar is still fresh. The tunnel smells of damp earth. There is no sewage yet. This is important. The workers are building a path for the future. The tunnel is empty. But one day, water will flow here. Waste will move here. The city will depend on this tunnel. The workers may not think about that. They are focused on today's task. Carry this brick. Mix this mortar. Build this wall. Measure this section. Continue. The future arrives one brick at a time. Now, let us step outside. The streets continue. People may not notice the construction. They may simply see workers. Some may complain about noise. Some may complain about blocked roads. Some may wonder what is being built. But gradually, the city begins to change. The work expands. More sites appear. More workers are employed. More materials arrive. The project becomes part of London's daily life. And beneath the streets, the new system grows. Now, we should remember that the work is not easy. Excavating beneath a city is dangerous. The ground can collapse. Water can enter. Existing pipes can interfere. Buildings can be affected. Workers can become injured. The engineers must constantly adapt. Plans are not always perfect. Real ground is different from drawings. This is another part of engineering. You plan, then you build. Then reality gives you a problem. You solve it. Then another problem appears. You solve that too. Slowly, the project moves forward. This is how great infrastructure is often created. Not in one perfect movement, but through thousands of small corrections. Now, let us think about the scale of London's new sewer system. There would be many miles of main sewers. There would be smaller connections. There would be pumping stations. There would be outfalls. There would be embankments. There would be new river walls. The whole network would work together. The city would finally have something close to a modern sewage system. But we are still years away from completion. The great stink is the moment that pushes the project forward. The smell is the spark. The sewer network is the long answer. And the long answer will require patience. Years of work. Thousands of workers. Enormous quantities of materials. And vast amounts of money. Now, let us return to the Thames. Imagine Bazalgette standing beside it. He looks at the river. The water is dirty. The smell is strong. He knows that the river cannot continue receiving London's waste. He also knows that simply cleaning the river is not enough. The sewage must be stopped before it reaches the river. That is the key. You do not clean the river by endlessly removing waste after it arrives. You change the system that brings the waste there. This is a lesson that modern cities still understand. Treat the source. Control the flow. Build infrastructure. Think long-term. The great stink therefore becomes a story about prevention. London must stop creating the same problem every day. Now, let us imagine the city 10 years from now. The sewer system is still under construction, but some parts are already working. Waste is being intercepted. The river is beginning to receive less sewage in certain places. The smell will eventually change. The riverfront will change. London will begin to look different. But in 1858, that future is still only a plan. Bazalgette sees it on paper. The workers will build it. The public will eventually live with it. And the Thames will carry the final story. For now, the night is quiet. The maps are folded. The drawings rest on the desk. The engineer has finished another day of work. Outside, London is still noisy. But beneath the city, the future is waiting. A tunnel has been planned. A pumping station has been imagined. An embankment has been measured. A river has been studied. And a vast system is beginning to take shape. So let us pause here. Imagine standing on a London bridge at night. Below you, the Thames flows quietly. The lamps reflect on the dark water. A boat moves slowly through the river. The city surrounds you. And beneath the streets, the first pieces of a new hidden London are being planned. The old sewers are still working. The old problems are still present. The great stink is still coming. But the answer is beginning to form. Brick by brick. Map by map. Calculation by calculation. Tomorrow, we will follow the construction itself. We will enter the world of the Victorian sewer builders. We will see how they dug beneath London, how they shaped enormous brick tunnels, how they worked with water and mud, how steam engines lifted sewage, and how thousands of ordinary workers helped create a system that would quietly serve millions of people. For now, let the city rest. Let the maps close. Let the lamps burn softly. And beneath the streets, let the first new brick walls wait in the darkness. Good night. The river is still moving. The old city is still breathing. And beneath it, a new city is slowly being built. Imagine London before sunrise. The sky is still pale. The streets are quiet. A few lamps remain burning. A milkman begins his work. A baker is already awake. Somewhere in the distance, a horse moves slowly along a road. The city is beginning another day. But beneath the streets, Another kind of morning has already begun. Workers are arriving at construction sites. They carry tools. They gather near piles of bricks. They prepare timber. They check ropes. They look down into excavations. They are building something that most Londoners will never see. A new sewer system. A hidden network beneath the city. And the work will continue for years. There is no single moment when London's new sewer system suddenly appears. It grows slowly, a little at a time. One excavation, one wall, one tunnel, one pumping station, one connection, one day after another. The scale of the work is enormous, but the work itself is made from ordinary actions. Dig, lift, carry, measure, build, repeat. Let us stay with those workers for a while. Imagine a construction site near the river. The ground has been marked. Wooden supports surround part of the excavation. There are piles of earth nearby. Bricks are stacked carefully. A cart waits. Men are working with shovels. Others carry materials. The air is filled with dust. There is the smell of wet earth. And above everything, London continues its normal life. People walk past. Carts pass. Shops open. Children go to school. No one sees the future tunnel beneath them. But the workers know. They are digging toward it. The first task is simple to describe. Remove the earth. But simple does not mean easy. London is heavy. The streets are heavy. The buildings are heavy. The soil is heavy. Every shovel removes only a small amount. One worker digs. Another moves the soil. A cart carries it away. Then they repeat the process. Again, and again, and again. A large construction project is often like this. From a distance, it looks impressive. Up close, it is repetitive. The Great Sewer is not built in one grand action. It is built by thousands of small movements. A shovel enters the soil. A bucket is filled. A rope is pulled. A cart rolls away. A brick is lifted. Mortar is spread. Another brick is placed. The wall grows. Slowly, quietly, patiently. Now, imagine looking down into a deep excavation. At the bottom, the workers appear small. The walls rise around them. Timber supports hold the earth. A ladder leads upward. The light from the sky reaches down. But the deeper they go, the darker it becomes. Water may seep into the ground. The workers must control it. Pumps may be needed. Channels may be created. The ground must be kept stable. This is one of the greatest challenges of underground construction. Earth does not always behave as people expect. Soil can shift. Water can enter. A wall can weaken. A tunnel can collapse. The workers must be careful. Engineers must watch. Measurements must be checked. The work is dangerous. And yet, the work continues. Because London needs the system. Now, let us think about the bricks. The new sewers are built largely from brick. Brick is an ideal material for this kind of work. It is strong. It can be shaped into curves. It can handle moisture. And skilled bricklayers can build large structures with it. But a sewer needs a special shape. The tunnel cannot simply be a square room. The shape must help water move. The curved walls also provide strength. So the engineers design particular tunnel forms. The brickwork curves overhead. The floor is shaped to guide the flow. Everything has a purpose. Imagine entering a newly completed section. The tunnel is cool. The brick walls are smooth. The ceiling curves above you. Your footsteps echo. There is a faint smell of mortar. No sewage flows yet. The tunnel is empty, but it is ready. One day, water will move through it. And when that happens, the tunnel will become part of London's hidden circulation system. Just as streets carry people, sewers carry water. Just as roads connect neighborhoods, sewers connect drains. The city above has its transport network. The city below has its own. Now, let us imagine the bricklayers. They stand along the tunnel wall. One holds a brick. Another spreads mortar. The brick is placed. It is tapped into position. The mortar fills the gap. The next brick arrives. Then another. The curve slowly develops. The work requires rhythm. A good bricklayer knows the material. He knows how much mortar to use. He knows how to maintain the curve. He knows how to keep the wall straight. The engineer may provide the design, but the worker turns that design into reality. This is why great infrastructure depends on skilled labor. Plans alone cannot build a tunnel. People must build it. Now, imagine the sound underground. A brick is placed. Tap. Another. Tap. A shovel scrapes the earth. A cartwheel rolls. Someone calls from farther down the tunnel. The sounds echo. The city above becomes distant. For the workers, this is their workplace. For us, it is almost another world. A dark world beneath Victorian London. Now, let us think about the thousands of bricks required. A single large sewer needs enormous quantities. Multiply that by many miles. The number becomes difficult to imagine. Millions of bricks. Perhaps tens of millions. Every brick has to be made somewhere. Then transported. Then stacked. Then carried into position. The sewer project, therefore, creates work far beyond the construction site. Brickmakers are needed. Kiln workers are needed. Transport workers are needed. Carters are needed. Engineers are needed. Surveyors are needed. Laborers are needed. Bricklayers are needed. Blacksmiths are needed. Mechanics are needed. Steam engine workers are needed. The project becomes a whole economy. A city project becomes a national industrial activity. Factories produce materials. Railways transport them. Horses carry them locally. Workers assemble them. London is building a sewer. But behind the sewer is an enormous network of human effort. Now, let us move toward one of the pumping stations. The problem here is different. Gravity can carry sewage only when the land slopes correctly. Some parts of London are too low. The sewage needs to be lifted. This is where steam power enters the story. Imagine a large industrial building. The walls are made of brick. The windows are tall. Inside, a steam engine is being prepared. Coal is nearby. Water is available. The machinery is large, heavy, precise. A worker checks a valve. Another checks the boiler. The fire burns. Water heats. Steam forms. Pressure builds. The machine begins to move. Slowly at first, then with a steady rhythm. The great mechanical parts turn. Pumps begin to work. And below, sewage is lifted. There is something almost strange about the idea. Steam power, the symbol of the Industrial Revolution. is being used to move sewage. Factories use steam. Railways use steam. Ships use steam. And now, London's sanitation system uses it too. The Industrial Revolution is not only about making goods. It is also about building cities that can support millions of people. The steam engine becomes part of public health. Now, let us return to the sewer. The workers continue. They may work long days. They may become tired. Their clothes become dirty. Their hands become rough. The work is physical. There are no modern machines doing everything. Human strength remains essential. Imagine carrying bricks for hours. One brick, then another, then another. The worker walks, places it down, returns, carries another. It is repetitive, but the wall rises. That is the reward. At the end of the day, you can see what you built. A few more feet of wall. A few more yards of tunnel. Progress is visible. Tomorrow, more. And the day after, more. This is how London is rebuilt. Not quickly, not easily, but steadily. Now, let us imagine the surface above. A busy road passes over the construction. Perhaps the people above have no idea what is happening. They hear the occasional sound. They see workers, but the full scale is invisible. This is common with infrastructure. The most important systems are often hidden. Water pipes, gas pipes, drainage, foundations, telegraph lines. The city depends upon things buried beneath its feet. The Victorian sewer project adds another hidden layer. London becomes a city with a secret underground structure. Now, let us move toward the river. One of the major ideas of Bazalgette's plan is to use embankments. The river edge is reshaped. A new wall is constructed. Earth and material are brought in. The river is pushed into a more controlled channel. Above the new sewer, a road can be built. This creates something useful on several levels. Below, the sewer. At river level, the embankment wall. Above, the road. And beside it, a public space. The project, therefore, changes the appearance of London. Imagine walking along the new embankment when it is finished. Trees, lamps, a broad road, the Thames beside you, boats moving on the water. It looks like an elegant part of the city. But beneath you, there is a sewer, a massive one. The beauty above is supported by engineering below. This is one of the quiet themes of modern cities. Beauty often depends upon infrastructure. Clean streets depend upon drainage. Beautiful parks depend upon water systems. Grand buildings depend upon foundations. Healthy cities depend upon sanitation. What appears effortless is often the result of enormous work. Now, let us imagine the workers constructing the embankment. They bring stone. They move earth. They build retaining walls. The river must be controlled. Tides rise and fall. The work must be planned around water. This adds another challenge. The Thames is not still. It moves. It rises. It falls. It carries boats. It carries currents. It changes with the tide. Building beside it requires care. The engineers must understand the river. They cannot simply tell the river to stop. They must work with it. So the project becomes a conversation with nature. Gravity, water, tide, earth, stone, brick, steam, and human labor. All of these forces must work together. Now, let us return to the underground tunnel. Imagine the workers have finished one section. The bricks are complete. The floor is ready. The tunnel connects to another section. The light is dim. A small lamp glows. The walls seem endless. If you stand at one end, you may not see the other. The tunnel disappears into darkness. This is the beginning of London's new underground network. The workers know that it will continue far beyond what they can see. Another team is building somewhere else. Another crew is laying bricks. Another group is working on a pumping station. Another is constructing an embankment. Thousands of people working on different pieces of one enormous machine. Now, let us think about the construction schedule. A project this large cannot happen overnight. There are plans, contracts, land purchases, surveying, excavation, construction, testing, connections, repairs. The process takes years. And during those years, London continues to grow. The population continues to increase. The city does not wait politely for the engineers to finish. More houses are built. More people arrive. More wastewater is produced. The old system continues operating while the new one is being built. This makes the work even more difficult. The engineers are rebuilding the system while the city is still using it. It is like repairing a road while traffic continues. You cannot simply close the entire city. Life must continue. So the new system must gradually connect to the old one. This requires careful timing. One connection at a time. One district at a time. The old drains are intercepted. The sewage is redirected. The new sewer takes over. The river begins to receive less waste. Slowly, the change spreads. Now, imagine the first time a new interceptor sewer carries sewage away from the river. The flow enters. It moves. It does not reach the Thames at the old location. Instead, it travels east. The system is working. A small victory, but an important one. The city has changed the direction of its waste. This is the heart of the project. Not simply building tunnels, but changing where London's sewage goes. Now, let us think about the word interceptor. It sounds technical, but the idea is easy. Imagine many small streams. They all flow toward a lake. You build a larger channel that catches them before they reach the lake. The small streams are intercepted. The water is redirected. That is what Bazalgette's system does. Except the streams are London sewers. And the lake, in this case, is the Thames. The new system catches the sewage, then carries it away. This is the basic idea that transforms London. Now, let us return to the workers. They are still building. The weather changes. Rain falls. The ground becomes muddy. Summer becomes winter. Winter becomes spring. Years pass. Some workers leave. Others arrive. The project continues. A child who watches the construction at the beginning may become a teenager before the whole system is complete. This is how long infrastructure takes. A human life can change while a city project is still under construction. And yet, when the work is finished, the system may serve generations. That is the strange relationship between time and infrastructure. People work for years, so that future people can live more easily. The workers may never know all the people who will benefit, but they build anyway, brick by brick. Now, let us imagine a worker finishing his day. He climbs out of the excavation. The sky is turning dark. He washes his hands. Perhaps he eats a simple meal. Perhaps he goes home tired. He may not tell his family much about the day's work. For him, it is a job. But beneath the city, he has helped build a structure that will become part of London's history. Tomorrow, he will return, and the work will continue. This is the human side of the great stink story. We often remember Bazalgette. We remember the engineering. We remember the embankments. But thousands of workers made those plans real. Their labor is hidden inside the bricks. Now, let us think about the materials again. Brick, stone, iron, timber, coal. These materials all need transport. London's railways are expanding. The railway network makes transportation easier. Materials can travel from farther away. Coal can be delivered. Bricks can be moved. Machines can be transported. The industrial city is therefore helping to build the infrastructure it needs. Railways help deliver materials. Steam engines power pumps. Factories produce tools. The city uses industrial technology to repair the problems created by industrial growth. There is a deep connection here. The same industrial revolution that helped create a huge urban population also provides the tools needed to manage that population. Industry creates new pressures. Industry also provides new solutions. Now, let us imagine London from above. Smoke rises from chimneys. Railway lines cross the city. The Thames curves through the center. Ships move along the river. Streets spread outward. And beneath everything, the new sewers extend. The city has become layered. Surface, underground, river, railway, factory, house, all connected. And slowly, the old relationship between London and the Thames is changing. The river will no longer be the first place London's sewage goes. The city is learning to separate waste from water. It is learning that the river is not simply a drain. It is a living body. It carries water. It supports boats. It shapes the city. And it needs protection. This idea will grow stronger over time. But in 1858, the first step is simply to stop pouring sewage into it. Now, the night is approaching. Imagine walking along the Thames. The lamps are beginning to glow. The water reflects the light. The embankment is partly completed. Workers have gone home. The construction site is quiet. Below, the new sewer waits. The river flows beside it. For a moment, everything seems peaceful. But the project is far from finished. There are more miles to build. More pumping stations. More connections. More embankments. More problems. The work will continue. And as it continues, London will slowly move away from the old system. The Great Stink will become a memory. But that memory will remain important. Because the city will learn that sanitation is not something that can be ignored. A river cannot endlessly absorb a city's waste. A sewer cannot be designed only for today's population. A city must think about tomorrow. An infrastructure must be built before the crisis becomes unbearable. Now, let us pause. Imagine the underground tunnel once again. The bricks are cool. The air is still. There is a faint echo. A small flow of water moves along the floor. The tunnel stretches into darkness. Above, London sleeps. Below, the new system is waiting. Soon, more wastewater will enter. Soon, more districts will connect. Soon, the river will begin to change. But for now, the tunnel is quiet. The workers have left. The tools are resting. The lamps are going out. Only the soft sound of water remains. And perhaps, that is the best way to understand the project. It is not loud. It is not dramatic. Its greatest success is almost invisible. If the system works, people do not notice it. They wake. They wash. They cook. They flush. They walk outside. They breathe. And they never think about where the waste goes. That is what successful infrastructure does. It disappears into ordinary life. The people of Victorian London would eventually benefit from something they rarely saw. A cleaner city, a better drainage system, a more controlled river, and a future built beneath their feet. Tomorrow, we will follow the water farther east. We will visit the great pumping stations. We will see how steam lifted sewage. We will travel toward the places where London's waste was finally carried away. We will meet the strange, new landscape created at the edge of the city. And we will learn how the Thames slowly became less of a sewer and more of a river again. For now, let the construction site grow quiet. Let the last worker leave. Let the bricks cool. Let the lamps fade. Above, London rests. Below, the new sewer waits. And through the darkness, the future of the city is slowly taking shape. Good night. Rest gently. The work continues tomorrow. One brick at a time. One tunnel at a time. One quiet flow of water, leading London toward a cleaner future. The story now moves away from the crowded center of London and slowly follows the path that the sewage itself will take. Away from the houses, away from the streets, away from the heart of the city, toward the east, toward the river, toward the great pumping stations. So, let us begin quietly. Imagine waking before sunrise in Victorian London. The sky is still gray. The city has not fully awakened. The streets are damp. A few lamps glow beside the roads. There is a faint mist over the river. Somewhere nearby, a horse pulls a cart. The wheels make a soft sound against the road. And beneath the streets, water is already moving. Not clean drinking water. Not rainwater alone. But the mixture of water and waste produced by a great city. It has entered the sewer system. And now, it is beginning its long journey east. This journey is one of the most important parts of Bazalgette's plan. The sewage must leave central London. It must be intercepted. It must be carried away. And in some places, it must be lifted. That is where the steam engines become important. Now, imagine standing outside one of the great pumping stations. The building rises above you. It is made of brick. It has tall windows. It may look almost like a church or a grand public building. There is something elegant about it. But inside, the purpose is much less romantic. The building exists to move sewage. Large machines are working within. Steam, water, iron, pressure, pistons, pumps. Everything is designed for one purpose: to keep the city's waste moving. This is one of the strange things about history. A beautiful building can have a very ordinary purpose. And sometimes, the ordinary purpose is extremely important. The pumping station may not be famous to ordinary people, but without it, the whole system would struggle. So let us go inside. Imagine opening a heavy door. The sound reaches you first. A deep mechanical rhythm. Clank, pause, clank, pause. The machinery moves steadily. Steam fills parts of the room. Workers move carefully around the equipment. The air is warm. The walls are brick. Large pipes disappear into the floor. Somewhere below, the sewage has arrived. The engine begins another cycle. A piston moves. A pump lifts. The sewage rises. Then it continues on its journey. The machine repeats the action. Again, and again, and again. There is no excitement in the movement. That is exactly the point. The machine must work continuously. The city does not stop producing wastewater. So the pumping station cannot simply work once. It must keep working. Every day. Every hour. Every season. Now, think about how strange this would have seemed only a few generations earlier. Cities had always dealt with waste. But the scale of Victorian London was different. There were millions of people, thousands of streets, factories, markets, homes, railways, hotels, workshops, schools, hospitals. Every person produced waste. Every household used water. The city needed a system capable of handling all of it. That system had to operate like a living body. Waste enters. It moves. It is lifted. It travels. It leaves. The city continues. Now, let us think about gravity again. Most of the time, gravity does the work. The sewage flows through the sewers. The tunnels have gentle slopes. The water moves east. But London's land does not cooperate perfectly. There are low areas. There are places where the flow needs help. The pumping stations provide that help. Steam gives the sewage a push. It lifts the flow. Then gravity takes over again. This combination is elegant. The machine does not need to carry the sewage all the way. It only needs to lift it enough. Then the natural slope can continue the journey. This saves energy. It also makes the system practical. The engineers are using the landscape itself. They are working with London rather than against it. Now, let us imagine one drop of water. Perhaps it begins in a household. Someone fills a basin. They wash. The water becomes dirty. It enters a drain. The drain connects to a larger sewer. The sewer connects to an interceptor. The interceptor carries it east. Eventually, it reaches a pumping station. The machine lifts it. Then the water continues. This small journey, repeated millions of times, becomes the movement of an entire city. It is difficult to imagine. So let us make it smaller. Imagine one household. A family wakes. They use water. They prepare breakfast. They wash. They clean. The waste disappears down a drain. They do not think about it again. That is normal. People rarely think about the destination of waste. But the new sewer system makes that disappearance possible. The water does not simply vanish. It begins a journey. A hidden journey beneath London. Now, let us follow it. The sewer is dark. The brick walls are curved. The flow moves along the channel. There is a faint echo. The water is carried east. Above, people are walking. A carriage passes. A shop opens. A newspaper is delivered. Children play. Life continues. Below, the water continues too. It does not care about the noise above. It simply follows the slope until it reaches the next part of the system. Now, imagine the pumping station again. The worker checks the engine. He knows its rhythm. He can hear when something is not right. A machine has its own language. A strange sound. A change in pressure. A vibration. A leak. Experienced workers learn these signs. They watch. They listen. They maintain. Because if a pumping station fails, the sewage cannot simply wait forever. The system depends upon regular operation. So these workers become important guardians of the underground city. They keep the machines alive. They keep the flow moving. They are part of the hidden infrastructure. Now, let us think about steam. Steam was everywhere in Victorian Britain. It powered factories. It moved locomotives. It drove ships. It helped build the modern world. But steam also had a cost. Coal had to be burned. Smoke filled the air. Workers had to maintain boilers. Machines needed constant attention. The pumping stations were part of this industrial world. Coal was brought in. The boilers were heated. Steam was produced. The engines moved. The sewage was lifted. The process repeated. So even sanitation depended upon the industrial economy. Coal, railways, factories, engineers, workers, everything was connected. Now, let us leave the engine room. Outside, the city is becoming brighter. The morning has arrived. The pumping station stands beside the river. A few workers move around the yard. Coal is being delivered. A cart arrives. The driver waits. The workers unload. Black coal falls into a pile. Soon, it will be inside the boiler house. Soon, it will become steam. Soon, the steam will move the pumps. And soon, more sewage will begin its journey east. This is the rhythm of the city. Input, work, movement, output. Nothing dramatic, just a system working. And that is precisely what London needed. Now, let us travel farther east. The farther we move from central London, the less crowded the city becomes. There are more open spaces, marshes, fields, smaller communities. The landscape feels different. Central London is dense. Eastern London has more space. The engineers needed space for the outfalls. They needed somewhere to discharge the sewage. The final destination could not remain beside Westminster. It had to be farther away. The river could then carry the waste toward the sea. This was a practical solution for the time. Today, we understand wastewater treatment very differently. But in the 19th century, the main goal was to remove sewage from the central city. Get it away. Get it downstream. Keep it out of central London. That was the immediate need. And so, the journey continued. Now, imagine a barge moving along the Thames. The river is wide here. The city is behind you. The air feels more open. The banks are less crowded. The boat moves with the tide. Perhaps the crew is quiet. The water reflects the sky. This is still the same Thames, but it feels different. The river has carried London's waste for centuries. Now, the new system is changing the way that waste enters it. Instead of hundreds of direct outlets in central London, the sewage is gathered and carried farther east. The river is still receiving waste, but the location has changed. That matters. The central river becomes less polluted. The smell begins to improve. Not immediately, not perfectly, but gradually. Now, let us think about the word outfall. An outfall is simply the place where the sewer system releases its contents. In Basildget's system, the outfalls are far downstream from central London. This is an important part of the plan. The sewage leaves the city. It enters the river farther away. The tide can then carry it toward the sea. Again, the system is using the natural movement of the river. The engineers are not trying to make the river disappear. They are trying to control where the waste enters it. This was a huge improvement over the old system. Now, imagine standing near one of the outfall areas. The landscape is quieter. The city feels distant. The river moves slowly. There are boats, mud along the banks, wide skis. The sewer system reaches this place from far away. You cannot see the miles of tunnels beneath the city, but they are there. A hidden road. A road for water. A road that begins in the center of London and ends here. This is the journey Basildget designed. Now, let us turn back towards central London. Imagine the Thames near Westminster. The river still has its smell, but the situation is beginning to change. The direct sewage outlets are being intercepted. The embankment system is growing. New sewers are connecting. The city is gradually separating itself from the river. This change may not be obvious day by day, but over years, it becomes significant. A river that once acted like London's open sewer is slowly becoming something else. A transport route, a public space, a source of water for some uses, a place of recreation, a defining feature of the city. The river begins to return to the imagination of Londoners. It is still polluted, but it is no longer being treated as the city's unavoidable drain. Now, let us return to the great stink itself. Why was the smell so important? Because smell is immediate. You cannot easily ignore it. A report can be forgotten. A statistic can be ignored. But a terrible smell enters your body. You breathe it. You notice it. You react to it. The great stink therefore created a kind of political pressure that scientific arguments alone had not produced. People wanted relief. The politicians wanted relief. The city wanted relief. And the sewer system promised it. The smell became the beginning. The engineering became the answer. Now, let us imagine a newspaper office. The windows are open. Papers are scattered across desks. Editors discuss the latest developments. The Thames is still being talked about. The new sewer plans are becoming important. Readers want to know what will happen. The public is beginning to understand that something major is being built. Perhaps they do not understand every engineering detail. They do not need to. They understand the basic promise. The sewage will be carried away. The river will be cleaner. The city will be healthier. The smell will improve. That is enough. Now, let us return to the pumping station. The afternoon has arrived. The engine continues. The worker checks the boiler. The coal fire burns. The pump moves. The sewage flows. The system is doing its job. Imagine hearing the rhythm. Clank, pause, clank, pause. The sound continues. Outside, London is busy. Inside, the machine does something almost invisible. It protects the city from its own waste. This is one of the quietest forms of public service. When the system works, nobody notices. People simply live. That is the strange success of sanitation. The better it works, the less people think about it. Now, let us imagine the opposite. Imagine if the pumping station stopped. The flow would slow. Sewage would build. The system would become strained. The problem would eventually reach the surface. People would notice. That is why maintenance matters. Infrastructure is never finished simply because construction is finished. It must be operated, cleaned, repaired, inspected, improved. The workers at these stations, therefore, have an important responsibility. They are maintaining the city's hidden body. Now, let us think about the river again. The Thames is tidal. The tide moves in. The tide moves out. For centuries, London had lived with this movement. Waste entered the river. The tide carried some of it away. Then the tide returned. This could bring pollution back. Bazalgette's system was designed with this problem in mind. The sewage was moved farther downstream. The goal was to prevent it from returning to the center. It was not a perfect solution, but it was a much better one. The engineers understood that the river had a rhythm. They designed the system around that rhythm. This is another quiet lesson from the project. Good engineering begins with understanding the environment. You cannot simply impose a system on nature. You must understand water, land, tides, slopes, soil, weather. All of them matter. Now, let us imagine the Eastern River at sunset. The sky is soft. The water is darker. A boat moves slowly. The city behind you is becoming distant. The pumping station stands quietly. The sewer reaches the river. The day's work is almost complete, but the flow never truly stops. The city is still using water. More water will enter. More waste will arrive. The system will continue through the night. While London sleeps, the hidden city remains awake. Water moves. Pumps turn. Steam rises. Sewage travels. The river carries the flow farther east, and eventually toward the sea. Now, let us go back to the center. The Houses of Parliament stand beside the river. The great buildings are illuminated by lamps. The city is quieter. The smell of the Thames is still remembered. But change is underway. Engineers have a plan. Workers are building. Steam engines are running. Sewers are extending. The future is becoming real. This is why the Great Stink is more than a story about an unpleasant smell. It is a story about a city reaching a limit. London had grown beyond the capacity of its old systems. The old drains were not enough. The old waste practices were not enough. The old relationship with the river was not enough. A new city required new infrastructure, and the people building it had to think on a scale that matched the city itself. Millions of people, miles of sewers, thousands of workers, years of construction, all for something most people would never see. That is remarkable. Now, let us pause again. Imagine a single lamp beside the Thames. The light falls on the water. The river moves quietly. A boat passes. The city behind it is dark. Beneath the streets, a sewer carries water. Farther east, a pumping station lifts it. Farther still, the flow approaches the outfall. The entire journey happens quietly. No parade, no grand celebration. Just movement. Water moving through brick. Steam moving machinery. People moving through streets. The city functioning. This is what Bazalgette's system was designed to achieve. A city that could quietly handle its own waste. A city that did not have to depend upon the river as an open drain. A city that could grow. Now, there is another important part of the story. The new system would not instantly make London clean. It would not instantly make the Thames healthy. The sewage still entered the river farther downstream. Pollution would continue. Other problems would remain. Factories would still discharge waste. Stormwater would still carry material into the river. The city would still produce enormous quantities of waste. So the story does not end with the first sewer. It continues. Sanitation is a process. One improvement leads to another. The 19th century would continue to see new ideas about water treatment. Public health, disease, waste disposal, clean water, and eventually, wastewater treatment itself. But Bazalgette's system was a major foundation. It changed the basic direction of London's waste. And that was a huge achievement. Now, let us imagine London at night once more. A family sleeps in a small house. A child is dreaming. A parent has finished the day's work. A candle burns low. The house is quiet. Somewhere outside, a drain carries away water. The family does not think about it. They simply expect it to disappear. And beneath the street, that water joins the great hidden network. It begins its journey. The city sleeps. The sewer works. The pumping station works. The river moves. Everything continues. There is something deeply peaceful about this hidden rhythm. A city has thousands of visible movements. But beneath them, there are thousands of invisible movements too. Water, waste, steam, air, electricity would come later. But for now, water and steam are enough. And so, as the night grows deeper, let us follow the sewage one final distance. Out of central London, through the interceptor sewers, past the pumping stations, toward the eastern reaches of the Thames, toward the place where the city finally releases what it no longer needs. The journey is almost complete, but the story is not, because the next question is waiting. What happened to the Thames after the Great Stink? Did it really become cleaner? Did the new system solve the problem? What did Londoners notice? What did scientists discover? And what new problems appeared? Those questions will take us farther into the future. For now, let the pumping engines become quiet in your imagination. Let the great piston slow. Let the workers finish their shift. Let the coal fires settle. Let the last cart disappear down the road. The Thames moves beneath the evening sky. The city rests. And beneath it, the great sewer system continues its slow work. Water moves east. The city sleeps. And the hidden machinery of London keeps moving through the darkness. Good night. Rest gently. The river is carrying the story onward. And tomorrow, we will follow that river